Audiobook Introduction. Blood and Conspiracy, a historical thriller by Anna Gogoleva. December 1812. The Białowieża forest lies buried beneath a blanket of snow so deep, so cold, that even the wolves have retreated to their dens. But there is movement in the darkness. There is blood in the snow. A woman rises from a grave of frozen crimson. Her name is Varvara Bagration. She is the daughter of a prince, the heir to a fallen house, the last survivor of a city that burned to ash. 17 French soldiers lie dead around her, and she does not remember killing them. But she remembers the voice, a voice in her blood, ancient, hungry, awakening. This is the story of a woman who was not born a hero. She was forged in fire. The fire of Smolensk, the fire of loss, the fire of a war that threatened to consume everything she loved. But in that fire, something ancient stirred. The blood of the old gods, the magic of the Volkvi, the power to shape the fate of nations. From the ashes of Napoleon's invasion, Varvara rises to become the most dangerous woman in Europe. The Tsar himself recognizes her gift. General Benkendorf forges her into a weapon, and she is sent to Vienna, to the glittering halls of the Congress, where the great powers gather to carve up the continent like a feast. But beneath the waltzes and the champagne, a darkness lurks, the Black Dragon. A secret society that has been pulling the strings of European politics for centuries. They have infiltrated every court, every army, every government. They have one goal, the destruction of Russia, and only Varvara can stop them. She will walk through the catacombs of Vienna. She will speak with the ghosts of the dead. She will weave the fate of an empire into a single thread of hair. She will love a man who is her enemy. She will sacrifice everything, her innocence, her humanity, her very soul, for the sake of her country. And in the end, she will vanish into the Siberian wilderness, a legend whispered in the shadows, a ghost who still watches over Russia. This is not just a story of spies and conspiracies. This is a story of love, of sacrifice, of the unbreakable bond between a woman and her motherland. It is a story for those who believe that one person can change the world. It is a story for those who understand that the past is never truly dead. It is a story for those who carry Russia in their blood. You are about to enter a world of shadow and light, of ancient magic and modern intrigue, of heroes and villains, lovers and traitors, secrets and lies. A world where the fate of nations hangs on a single word. A world where blood is not just blood, it is power, it is memory, it is destiny. A world where one woman's courage can reshape the future of Europe. This is Blood and Conspiracy, a historical thriller by Anna Gogoleva. And now, dear listener, I invite you to step into the snow, to walk with Varvara through the ruins of Smolensk, to dance with her in the glittering halls of Vienna, to bleed with her in the catacombs of the Black Dragon, to love with her in the shadow of history, and to discover, as she did, that we are never truly alone. The spirits of our ancestors walk beside us, and the fire of Russia burns in every heart that dares to dream. Prepare yourself. The journey begins now. Blood and Conspiracy, a historical thriller by Anna Gogoleva. Copyright 2026. Anna Gogoleva, all rights reserved. We do not choose the times we live in, but we choose how we live in them. And that choice is everything. From the diary of Varvara Bagration, Blood and Conspiracy, a historical thriller. Prologue. December 1812. Bielovieja Forest. The snow was not white. It was red. Varvara Orlova Golitsina lay half-buried in the crimson slush, her breath coming in shallow gasps that clouded the frozen air. The cold had eaten through her fur-lined boots hours ago, and now her toes were numb stones at the ends of her legs, useless, dead things that she would worry about later, if there was a later. Around her, the forest of Bielovieja stood silent and ancient, its oaks and pines rising like cathedral pillars toward a sky the colour of tarnished silver. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled. Not the hungry cry of a predator, but something more mournful, almost human. They are searching for me, she thought. The dead are searching for me. 17 French soldiers lay scattered across the clearing, their blue coats stiffening with ice and their eyes staring at nothing. Varvara had killed them with her bare hands. She did not remember doing it. The last clear memory she possessed was the church, the old Orthodox church in Smolensk, its golden domes collapsing into the flames, the iconostasis cracking and weeping like a wounded animal. She had been searching for her father, Prince Dmitry Orlov, who had refused to abandon his ancestral home, even as Napoleon's cannons pounded the city walls to dust. She had found him in the crypt, kneeling before a stone altar that should not have been there, holding something in his hands, a scroll of birch bark, black with age, marked with symbols that seemed to writhe in the firelight. "Take it," he had gasped, pressing the scroll into her palms. His fingers were already cold, already the fingers of a dead man. "Take it and run. Do not let them take it. Do not let them take it." She had asked who they were, but the cannonball that struck the cathedral roof had answered for him. The explosion had thrown her through the stained glass window. She remembered flying like a bird, like a soul departing the body, and then nothing but darkness and cold and the terrible weight of snow pressing down upon her. When she woke, she was here, in this forest, with these dead men. Varvara pushed herself up on her elbows, the movement sending spears of pain through her ribs. Something was wrong with her left arm. The bone was broken, she was certain of it. But she could not afford to lie here and wait for whatever had killed these soldiers to come back and finish the job. She reached down into her boot and felt the familiar shape of the birch bark scroll. Her fingers closed around it, and she almost wept with relief. It was still there, still whole, still, she paused, warm. The scroll should not have been warm. The temperature had dropped well below freezing hours ago. She had watched her own breath crystallize on her fur collar. And yet the ancient parchment felt alive against her fingertips, pulsing with a heat that had nothing to do with the fire of the dying sun. Slowly, carefully, Varvara pulled the scroll from her boot. The birch bark crackled as she unrolled it, and the symbols that her father had been studying, twisted, alien shapes that seemed to shift and flow like water, glowed faintly in the gloom of the forest. "Gromnik," she whispered, and the word tasted like iron in her mouth. The Thunder Book. She had heard the old stories, of course. Every child in the Russian countryside knew of the Gromnik, the ancient text of the Volkvi, the wise men who had served the gods before Prince Vladimir had brought the cross to the Rus. The Gromnik contained all the knowledge of the old faith, spells to heal the sick, to curse the enemy, to speak with the dead and command the wind and call down lightning from a clear sky. She had thought it was a fairy tale, but her father had believed. He had spent the last years of his life searching for the truth buried beneath the Christian churches of Smolensk, and now, in his final moments, He had found it, and he had given it to her. Varvara looked down at her hands. They were covered in blood. French blood, she realized, with a distant sense of horror. The blood had dried to a dark crust on her fingers, flaking away like rust from old iron. But beneath the blood, there was something else. Symbols. The same symbols that covered the scroll were now traced into her palms, burned into her flesh as if by a hot iron, glowing with the same eldritch light. She did not remember carving them there. She did not remember killing 17 French soldiers. But as she looked at the bodies scattered around her, some with their throats torn out, others with their chests caved in, one with his skull crushed so thoroughly that his brain had frozen to the bark of a nearby oak, she knew with absolute certainty that she had done this. The scroll had done this. No, she thought, and something ancient and terrible stirred in her chest. We did this. You and I, together. The voice was not her own. It was older, deeper. The voice of wind through dead leaves and water over smooth stones. It was the voice of the old gods, the gods who had been sleeping for 1,000 years beneath the soil of Mother Russia, waiting for someone to wake them. Varvara closed her eyes and saw them. Vast, unimaginable shapes moving in the darkness beneath the earth, their eyes like stars, and their breath like the first frost of autumn. They had been waiting for a long time. They were patient. They were hungry. And now they had found her. You carry my blood, the voice whispered. The blood of the old ones. The ones who tamed the steppe and spoke to the sky. You have my power. Use it. Use it to protect the land of your fathers. Use it to make Russia great again. I don't know how, she thought desperately. I don't know how to use it. I don't even know what it is. You will learn, the voice promised. You will learn, or you will die. The choice is yours. The howling of the wolves grew louder, closer. Varvara opened her eyes and saw them gathered at the edge of the clearing. Not ordinary wolves, but great shaggy beasts the size of horses, their eyes burning with the same unholy light that now danced in her own blood. They were not wolves. They were something else. Something that had been following her since Smolensk. The largest of the creatures stepped forward, and Varvara saw that it was wearing a medal around its neck. A French medal. The Legion of Honor. The kind given to Napoleon's bravest soldiers. The wolf had killed a Frenchman and taken his prize. Or perhaps, she thought with a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold, perhaps the wolf was a Frenchman, one of the soldiers who had been hunting her through the forest. The other ones had found her, and she had killed them. But this one had escaped, transformed into something terrible and strange. They are not wolves, the voice said. They are the servants of the ones who hunt you, the ones who want the scroll, the ones who want to destroy what you carry. Who? She demanded. Who wants to destroy me? The same ones who burned your father, the same ones who burned Smolensk. They are everywhere. They are in the palaces of the West, the courts of Austria and England and Prussia. They smile and bow and call themselves men of reason, men of progress. But beneath their civilized masks, they are monsters. They will tear Russia apart and feed it to the hungry wolves of Europe. I won't let them, Varvara swore. I will not let them. The largest wolf, the one with the medal, lowered its head and snarled, and Varvara saw the symbol carved into its forehead. A circle with a cross inside it. The symbol of the Templars. No, she realized, not the Templars, something older, something darker. The voice in her blood whispered a name. Draco Niger, the Black Dragon. They are here, the voice said. They have been here for centuries, waiting. They helped Napoleon. They helped the British. They will help anyone who will destroy us. They are your enemy. They are the enemy of Russia. You must fight them. You must destroy them. The wolves began to circle, their eyes gleaming with hunger and hatred. Varvara knew that she was too weak to fight them, too broken to run. Her left arm hung useless at her side, and the world was growing grey around the edges as the cold finally began to claim her.
"One chance," the voice whispered. "One chance. Use my blood, use my power. Strike the ground and speak the words I give you." She did not want to obey. Every Christian instinct she possessed screamed at her to refuse, to turn away from this pagan evil that had taken root in her soul. But the wolves were closing in, and she could feel their hot breath on her face, and she knew that if she did not act now, she would die. The words, she thought. Give me the words. The voice did not answer in language. It answered in feeling, in image, in the sudden, overwhelming knowledge of what she must do. Varvara raised her right hand, her good hand, the one that was not broken, and brought it down hard against the frozen earth. The impact sent shockwaves of pain through her arm, but she did not stop. She dragged her fingers through the snow, drawing shapes that she did not understand, symbols that burned with the same unholy light as the ones on her palm, and she spoke. The words that came out of her mouth were not Russian. They were not French or German or Latin. They were older than any of those languages, older than the stars, the tongue of the things that crawled up from the primordial slime and looked at the sky and wondered if there was something more. The wolves howled. They screamed. The one with the medal reared back as if it had been struck, and Varvara saw smoke rising from its fur, saw the flesh melting away from its bones as the power poured out of her and into the ground, into the ancient earth of the forest of Białowieża. And then the earth answered. The ground split open beneath the wolves, and something rose up out of the darkness, something vast and terrible, with teeth like swords and eyes like dying stars. It was not a wolf. It was not any creature that had ever walked the surface of the world. It was something that had been sleeping for 1,000 years, waiting to be called forth by the blood of the old ones. Varvara watched in horror as the thing devoured the wolves one by one, swallowing them whole with a sound like rocks grinding together at the bottom of a deep well. The largest wolf, the one with the medal, the one that had been a French soldier, tried to run, but it was too late. The thing reached out with a clawed hand and crushed it to pulp, and then the earth closed up again, and the forest was silent and still. Varvara lay on the ground, staring up at the grey sky. The snow beneath her was red again, red with the blood of the wolves, the blood of the creatures that had hunted her. Red with her own blood, welling up from the wounds on her hands and the break in her arm, and a dozen other cuts and bruises she had not even noticed. The scroll lay beside her, glowing faintly in the dying light. She did not remember picking it up. She did not remember rolling it up and tucking it back into her boot. She did not remember struggling to her feet, her broken arm cradled against her chest, and beginning the long, painful walk toward the road that would take her east, toward Moscow, toward St. Petersburg, toward the Emperor himself. All she remembered was the warmth of the scroll against her leg, and the voice in her blood whispering a single word over and over again. Go, go, go. And so she went. Chapter 1. The Ashes of Smolensk. April 1812. The Western Frontier. The fires had been burning for 3 days. Varvara Orlova Golitsina stood at the edge of what had once been her home, watching the last of the flames lick at the crumbling walls of the Church of the Holy Annunciation.
The smoke rose in great black pillars against the grey spring sky, and the smell of burning timber and burning flesh hung thick in the air like an unclean shroud. She had not cried. She had not wept when the French cannons had first opened fire, or when the city gates had fallen, or when her father had strapped his sword to his hip and kissed her on the forehead and told her to run. She had not wept when she had seen the Orthodox priests dragged from their churches and executed in the public square, or when the French soldiers had broken into the homes of the merchants and the nobles and taken whatever they pleased, or when the women had screamed. She had not wept because weeping was weakness, and weakness was death. But now, standing in the ashes of Smolensk, Varvara felt the tears come at last. They came silently, trickling down her cheeks and dripping onto the scorched earth at her feet, and she did not try to stop them. There was no one left to see her weakness. There was no one left to care. "The city burns, little princess," the voice came from behind her, rough and rasping like stones grinding together. Varvara turned and saw an old man standing at the edge of the ruins, leaning on a gnarled staff of black wood. He was dressed in the simple clothes of a peasant, a rough linen shirt, a patched coat of sheepskin, boots that had been resoled so many times they were more patches than leather. His beard was long and white, streaked with grey, and his eyes were the pale blue of winter ice. She had never seen him before, she was certain of that, and yet there was something about him, something about the way he stood, the way he looked at her, that made her feel as if she had known him her entire life. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice hoarse from the smoke. The old man smiled, revealing yellowed teeth. "I am the one who has been waiting for you, Varvara Dmitrievna. I have been waiting for you for a very long time." "How do you know my name?" "I know many things." The old man took a step closer, and Varvara saw that he was not as old as she had first thought. Beneath the white beard, his face was lined with age, yes, but there was a strength in his jaw, a sharpness in his eyes, that spoke of something more than mere antiquity. He was old, yes, old as the hills, old as the rocks, but he was not weak. "I know that you are the daughter of Prince Dmitri Orlov. I know that your mother died when you were 6. I know that your father taught you to ride and to shoot and to fence, because he had no sons to inherit his legacy." "Anyone could know that," Varvara said flatly. "The whole city knows the story of the Orlovs." "Indeed," the old man inclined his head. "But do they know about the scroll? Do they know what your father found beneath the church? Do they know what he gave you before he died?" Varvara felt her blood go cold. She had not told anyone about the scroll. She had not told anyone about the strange symbols that had appeared on her palms, or the voice that had spoken to her in the forest, or the way she had killed 17 French soldiers with her bare hands. She had been running for days, hiding in the forest and the abandoned villages, trying to make her way east to the army of General Kutuzov, trying to find someone who could help her understand what had happened. And now this old man appeared out of nowhere, speaking of things that no one could possibly know. "Who are you?" she repeated, and this time her hand went to the dagger at her belt. "Tell me now, or I swear by God and all the saints—" "Peace, little princess." The old man raised his hand, and Varvara felt something strange pass through her. A sensation like warm water flowing down her spine, like sunlight breaking through clouds after a long storm. The tension went out of her muscles, and her hand fell away from the dagger. "I am not your enemy. I am the one who can help you understand what you have become." "What I have become?" Varvara laughed bitterly. "I have become nothing. I am the daughter of a dead prince, the mistress of a ruined house, the last of a line that burned to ash along with this city. I have become nothing." "No," the old man shook his head. "You have become everything. You have become the hope of Russia." He stepped closer, and Varvara saw that he was not carrying a staff, but a branch, a thick, gnarled branch of oak, still covered with bark and bearing the faint traces of ancient carving. The carvings were similar to the ones on her palms, similar to the ones on the scroll. "The Volkvi," she breathed. "You are one of the Volkvi." "I am what I am," the old man said, and there was a note of warning in his voice. "And I have been watching you, Varvara Dmitrievna. I have been watching you since the moment you were born. Your blood called to me, the blood of the old ones, the ones who came before the Christian princes, before the Tartars, before the Varangians. You carry their power. You always have. And now that power is awake." "I don't want it." Varvara shook her head violently. "I don't want any of it. I want to go back to the way things were before. I want my father back. I want Smolensk back. I want—" "The past is dead." The old man's voice was gentle, but there was steel beneath it. "You can no more return to it than you can command the sun to stand still. The French have come, and they will not leave. They will march on Moscow. They will burn every city, every village, every church and farm between here and the Urals. They will destroy everything we have built, unless you stop them." "Me?" Varvara laughed again, but this time the laugh was hollow. "I am one woman, one broken, bleeding woman who can barely stand. How can I stop Napoleon's army?" "You cannot stop them with swords and bullets," the old man said, "but you can stop them with this." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small leather pouch tied with a length of red thread. He held it out to Varvara, and she took it with trembling fingers. "What is this? Open it." She untied the thread and tipped the contents of the pouch into her palm. A handful of small bones fell out. Finger bones, she realized with a start. Human finger bones, worn smooth by years of handling. They were carved with the same symbols that covered her palms, the same symbols that were on the scroll. "Bones?" she said incredulously. "You want me to stop Napoleon's army with bones?" "Not just bones," the old man said. "These are the bones of the first Volkvi, the ones who taught the gods to speak. When you use these, you are not drawing on your own power. You are drawing on the power of all your ancestors, all the way back to the dawn of time. You are drawing on Russia itself." Varvara stared at the bones in her palm. They seemed so small, so fragile. How could something so insignificant hold so much power? "The scroll your father gave you, that is the Gromnik, the Book of Thunder," the old man continued. "It contains all the knowledge of the old ways, the spells, the incantations, the rituals. But the Gromnik is only half the puzzle. The bones are the other half. Together, they will allow you to do things that no Christian priest or Muslim mullah or Jewish rabbi could ever dream of. Together, they will allow you to save Russia." "I don't want to save Russia," Varvara said. "I want to bury my father. I want to find my sister. I want—" "Your sister is dead." The word struck her like a physical blow. Varvara staggered backward, shaking her head in denial. No, she can't be. She fled the city before the attack. She was supposed to go to St. Petersburg. She was supposed to be safe, the old man said gently. And for a while she was. But the French found her. They caught her on the road, and when they were done with her— He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Varvara could see it all in her mind's eye. The French soldiers surrounding her sister's carriage, their faces leering, their hands reaching, the screams, the laughter, the silence afterward.
And then the rage came. It came not as a rational thing, not as a simple anger that could be controlled and directed. It came as a flood, a tidal wave, a force of nature that swept away everything in its path. Varvara felt the power surge through her veins, felt the symbols on her palms burn with sudden heat, felt the voice in her blood roar with ancient fury. "Kill them," the voice whispered. "Kill them all. Burn their cities. Destroy their families. Make them pay for what they have done." The old man watched her, his pale blue eyes unreadable. "Yes," he said softly, "that is the power. That is the power that will save Russia. But you must learn to control it. You must learn to use it, not let it use you, or it will consume you, and you will become no better than the monsters you seek to destroy." "How do I control it?" Varvara demanded. "How do I learn?" The old man smiled again, and this time there was something almost paternal in his expression. "You come with me, little princess. You come with me and I will teach you. I will teach you to listen to the voice of the blood. I will teach you to read the signs and the omens. I will teach you to speak to the gods who live in the wind and the water and the earth. And when you are ready, when you have learned to control the power that sleeps in your soul, you will go to St. Petersburg and you will save Russia." "And if I refuse?" Varvara asked, though she already knew the answer. "Then you will die," the old man said simply. "The power will consume you, and you will die, and Russia will burn." There was no threat in his voice. He was not trying to coerce her. He was simply telling her the truth, the cold, hard truth of what had been written in her blood long before she was born. Varvara looked down at the bones in her palm, then up at the burning city behind her, then back at the old man with his pale blue eyes and his gnarled branch. She thought of her father, lying dead in the ruins of the church. She thought of her sister, screaming in the darkness. She thought of the millions of Russians who would suffer and die if Napoleon was not stopped. And she made her choice. "Teach me," she said. "Teach me to use the power. Teach me to save Russia." The old man nodded, and Varvara saw something like approval in his ancient eyes. "Good," he said. "Good. Come, little princess. We have much work to do." He turned and began to walk away from the burning city, into the forest that stretched eastward toward Moscow. Varvara followed him, the bones clutched in her hand, the voice of her blood whispering in her ear. And behind them, Smolensk burned. Chapter 2. The Eye of the Tsar. June 1812. The Winter Palace, St. Petersburg. The city of St. Petersburg was a miracle of stone and water, rising from the marshes at the mouth of the Neva like a vision from the gods. The canals glittered in the pale summer sunlight, and the spires of the churches pierced the sky like golden needles, and the great palace of the Tsar stood at the heart of it all, an impossible monument to the power and ambition of the Romanov dynasty. Varvara had never seen anything so beautiful, or so alien. The old man, he had told her his name was Mstislav, though she suspected that was not his real name, had brought her to the city in the dead of night, slipping through the gates like shadows, avoiding the patrols and the guards and the curious eyes of the night watch. He had led her to a small house on the outskirts of the city, a house that seemed to belong to no one, and he had left her there with a single instruction: "Wait. The Emperor will send for you." She had waited for 3 days. The house was empty, save for a narrow bed and a wooden table and a single chair that creaked every time she moved. There was food in the larder, black bread and salt fish and pickled vegetables,
and water from the well in the yard. She had eaten and slept and tried not to think about what was coming. On the fourth day, the carriage arrived. It was a magnificent thing, gilded and painted with the double-headed eagle of the Romanovs, drawn by 6 white horses and driven by a coachman in a powdered wig and livery of blue and gold. The knock on the door was soft, almost apologetic, and the man who stood on the threshold was not a soldier or a servant, but a gentleman in a well-tailored coat, with a face that was both handsome and utterly unreadable. "Varvara Dmitrievna Orlova Golitsina," he inquired, and his voice was smooth as cream. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. "The Emperor requests your presence at the Winter Palace," the gentleman said. "I am to escort you there immediately, if you would be so kind as to come with me." It was not a request. Varvara could see that in his eyes, in the way his hand rested casually on the hilt of his sword, in the way his gaze flickered over her simple peasant dress with barely concealed contempt. She was nothing to this man, less than nothing. She was a peasant who had somehow caught the attention of the Tsar, and that was the only reason he was not having her arrested. "Of course," she said, and she followed him to the carriage. The ride through St. Petersburg was a blur of colour and sound, merchants hawking their wares, nobles in carriages even more ornate than her own, soldiers in their immaculate uniforms, commoners in their patched and worn clothes. Varvara pressed her face to the window and drank it all in, trying to memorize every detail, every street and corner and church and canal. The city was alive in a way that Smolensk had never been. It was a living creature, a beast of stone and water and human ambition, and Varvara could feel its heart beating beneath her feet as the carriage rolled through its streets. The Winter Palace was even more magnificent up close. Varvara had seen it from a distance, had marvelled at its vast facade and its endless rows of windows. But she had not been prepared for the sheer weight of it, the way it seemed to press down on the earth like a living thing. The palace was not a building, she realized. It was a statement. It was a declaration of power, a reminder to all who saw it that the Romanovs were not just rulers of Russia, they were Russia. The gentleman led her through a labyrinth of corridors and stairways, past guards who snapped to attention at his approach, past servants who averted their eyes and pressed themselves against the walls to let him pass. Finally, he stopped at a door that was indistinguishable from a dozen others and knocked twice. "Come," said a voice from within. The gentleman opened the door and gestured for Varvara to enter. She stepped into the room and found herself in a small study, lined with books and maps, a fire crackling in the hearth. There was a desk in the centre of the room, and behind the desk sat the most dangerous man in all of Russia. Tsar Alexander I was not what Varvara had expected. She had heard the stories, of course. The young emperor who had charmed the courts of Europe, who had defeated Napoleon once already and was preparing to do so again, who had been hailed by poets and philosophers as the most enlightened ruler of his age. She had expected a giant, a colossus, a man carved from marble and destiny. Instead, she found a man who was almost ordinary. He was tall, yes, but not exceptionally so. His hair was brown and slightly thinning. His face was handsome in a bland, forgettable way, the face of a man who could pass unnoticed in a crowd. And yet there was something in his eyes, something that made Varvara's blood run cold. They were the eyes of a man who had seen too much, who had done too much, who had stared into the abyss and found that the abyss was staring back. "Varvara Dmitrievna," the Tsar said, and his voice was soft, almost gentle. "Please, sit." She sat in the chair opposite his desk, her hands clasped in her lap to keep them from trembling. The Tsar studied her for a long moment, his eyes moving over her face like a man examining a piece of art. "I have been told that you have something for me," he said at last. "Something that you found in the ruins of Smolensk." Varvara felt her heart skip a beat. She had told no one about the scroll, not even Mstislav. She had hidden it in the sole of her boot, wrapped in oilcloth to protect it from the damp, and she had resolved to tell no one about it except the Tsar himself. But how did the Tsar know? "I don't know what you mean, Your Majesty," she said carefully. The Tsar smiled, and there was something chilling in that smile. "Please don't lie to me, Varvara Dmitrievna. I have been lied to by the best liars in Europe, and I am quite skilled at detecting falsehood. You have a scroll, a very old scroll, and I need to see it." Varvara hesitated. Every instinct she possessed told her to run, to flee, to get as far away from this man as possible. But the scroll was the reason she had come to St. Petersburg. The scroll was the key to everything, the key to saving Russia, the key to... she did not know what. She reached down and pulled the scroll from her boot. The birch bark was warm to the touch, as it always was, and the symbols on its surface glowed faintly in the firelight. She held it out to the Tsar with trembling hands. He took it gently, almost reverently, and unrolled it on the desk. His eyes moved over the symbols, and Varvara saw something change in his expression, a tightening of the mouth, a narrowing of the eyes. "You do not know what this is," he said. It was not a question. "No, Your Majesty. It is the Gromnik, the Book of Thunder." The Tsar looked up at her, and his eyes were sharp and knowing. "I have been searching for this for years. My agents have been trying to find it since before the war began. And now you bring it to me, like a gift from heaven itself." "Your agents?" Varvara repeated. "You knew about the scroll?" "Of course I knew. Your father was one of my most trusted agents, Varvara Dmitrievna. He was looking for the Gromnik on my orders. When he died, I thought the secret died with him. But then you appeared." The Tsar leaned forward, his eyes burning. "Tell me, my dear. Tell me what happened in Smolensk." Varvara told him everything. She told him about the burning of the city, the death of her father, the scroll she had found in the crypt. She told him about the French soldiers who had chased her through the forest, and the voice in her blood, and the 17 men she had killed with her bare hands. She told him about Mstislav, about the bones and the magic and the power that slept in her soul. The Tsar listened without interrupting, his face expressionless. When she was finished, he sat back in his chair and stared at her for a long moment. "You have been touched by something ancient," he said at last. "Something that is beyond my understanding, beyond the understanding of any Christian man or woman. The power that lives in your blood is dangerous, Varvara Dmitrievna. It is the power of the old gods, the gods who were worshipped before the coming of Christ. That power is not something to be used lightly." "I know that," Varvara said, "but I need to use it. I need to stop Napoleon. I need to save Russia." "France is not the enemy," the Tsar said. "Not the true enemy. The true enemy is something far older, far more dangerous. The true enemy is the one who has been pulling the strings of European politics for 1,000 years. Varvara stared at him. "What do you mean?" The Tsar reached into his desk and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. He opened it to a marked page and slid it across the desk to her. Varvara looked down and saw a drawing of a symbol, a circle with a cross inside it. "Do you recognize this?" the Tsar asked. "The Templars," Varvara said. "The Knights Templar. I've seen this symbol before. It was on the medal of the wolf that attacked me in the forest." "Close," the Tsar said, "but not quite. The Templars were destroyed in the 14th century, or so the history books tell us. But the truth is far more complex. The Templars did not die, they simply changed. They went underground, recruited new members, established new orders. They have been working in the shadows ever since, manipulating the kings and queens of Europe, pulling the strings of history itself. He pointed to the symbol. This is the mark of a secret society known as the Black Dragon. They are the heirs of the Templars, the guardians of the old knowledge, and they are the enemy of Russia. Why? Varvara asked. What do they have against us? We are the only nation in Europe that has not bowed to their power, the Tsar said. We have preserved the old ways, the old faith, the old traditions. We have not been corrupted by their machinations, and so they seek to destroy us. They seek to tear Russia apart and scatter its people to the winds. He rose from his chair and walked to the window, staring out at the city below. Napoleon is their pawn. The British are their pawns. The Austrians and the Prussians and the Swedes, all of them dance to the Black Dragon's tune. They think they are fighting for power and glory, but they are fighting for something far darker. They are fighting to extinguish the light of Russia forever. Varvara felt a cold chill run down her spine. What can I do? The Tsar turned to face her, and his eyes were like chips of ice. You can become my weapon, he said. You can use the power that sleeps in your blood to fight the Black Dragon. You can become the guardian of Russia, the shield that protects us from the darkness that would consume us. He walked back to the desk and sat down, his gaze locked on hers. The Congress of Vienna is coming, Varvara Dmitrievna. The great powers of Europe will gather to decide the future of the continent. And I will be there, fighting for the future of Russia. But I cannot fight alone. I need someone in the shadows, someone who can move where I cannot move, see what I cannot see, do what I cannot do. He reached out and took her hand. I need you, Varvara Dmitrievna. I need you to be my spy, my assassin, my angel of death. Varvara looked down at her hand, held in the Tsar's grip. She thought of her father, dying in the ruins of Smolensk. She thought of her sister, screaming in the darkness. She thought of the millions of Russians who would suffer and die if she did not act. I will do it, she said. I will be your weapon. The Tsar smiled, and it was the smile of a man who knew he had won. Good, he said. Good. You are what I was hoping for, Varvara Dmitrievna. You are the future of Russia. Chapter 3. The School of Shadows. July 1812, St. Petersburg. The room was dark, lit only by a single candle that guttered in the draught from the window. Varvara sat at a wooden table, her hands flat on the surface, her eyes fixed on the man who sat across from her. His name was General Alexander Benkendorf, and he was the most terrifying person she had ever met. He was not a large man, no taller than she was, with a lean frame and a narrow face that seemed to have been carved from stone. His eyes were pale grey, the colour of winter ice, and they missed nothing. They had been watching her for the past hour, studying her every movement, cataloguing her every weakness. Again, he said. Varvara sighed and picked up the quill. She dipped it in the inkwell. The ink was invisible, a simple mixture of milk and water, and began to write on the sheet of paper before her. The carriage will arrive at midnight. There will be 3 guards. The driver has been bought. She wrote the words quickly, efficiently, and then she let the ink dry for a moment before holding the paper up to the candle flame. The heat did not reveal the writing, which was what Benkendorf had told her to expect. The ink remained invisible, as it was supposed to. Better, Benkendorf said. But your hand trembled on the last letter. A single tremor can give you away. Varvara set the paper down. I am not a scribe. I am a noblewoman. Noble women do not practice calligraphy. Noblewomen do not stab French soldiers through the heart with their bare hands either, Benkendorf said dryly. And yet you have done that. You will be doing it again. We do not have the luxury of being what we were, Varvara Dmitrievna. We must become what we need to be. He rose from his chair and walked to the window, staring out at the city below. St. Petersburg gleamed in the summer twilight, its golden spires and pastel facades a vision of imperial splendor. Tell me, he said without turning around, why did the Tsar choose you? Why did he pluck you from the ruins of Smolensk and bring you here, to the heart of the empire? Varvara hesitated. The real answer was the scroll, the Gromnik, the power that slept in her blood. But Benkendorf was a Christian, a man of the new order. He would not understand the old ways. He needed someone who could move in the shadows, she said carefully. Someone who could go where others could not. I was convenient, Benkendorf finished. You were convenient. You had no family left to protect, no ties to hold you back. You were a blank slate, a page on which the Tsar could write whatever he wished. He turned to face her, and there was something in his eyes that might have been pity. I understand that better than you think. I too was a blank slate once. I too was called to serve something greater than myself. And I have learned that service is a gift and a curse. You regret it? Varvara asked. I regret nothing, Benkendorf said flatly. But I have learned to be honest with myself about what I am. You would do well to learn the same lesson. He walked back to the table and sat down, leaning forward with his elbows on the surface. The Tsar has told me to train you, to turn you into a weapon. I will do that, but I will not lie to you, Varvara Dmitrievna. I will not pretend that this is noble or good. We do what we must do, not what we want to do. Do you understand? Yes, Varvara said. Good. Benkendorf reached into his coat and pulled out a small leather pouch. He opened it and tipped its contents onto the table, a handful of small, round objects that gleamed in the candlelight. These are pills, he said. They contain a poison derived from the fly agaric mushroom. One pill, dissolved in wine, will induce symptoms indistinguishable from a heart attack. 3 pills, taken with water, will induce a coma from which there is no waking. 7 pills, taken dry, will kill within minutes. Memorize the dosage. Varvara studied the pills. They were small and white, almost identical to the peppermint tablets that noblewomen use to sweeten their breath. They would be easy to conceal, easy to deliver. Will I be using these? She asked. You will be using whatever is necessary, Benkendorf said. The pills are just one tool. There are others. You will learn to use them all, or you will not survive. He rose from his chair and walked to a bookshelf on the far wall. He pulled a volume from the shelf and opened it to a marked page, revealing a map of Europe covered in tiny annotations. The Congress of Vienna, he said. It will begin in September of next year, after Napoleon has been defeated. All the great powers will be there. The British, the Austrians, the Prussians, the Russians. They will carve up Europe like a pig at a feast. He traced a line across the map. The British want to isolate us. They want to create a cordon sanitaire around our borders, a wall of hostile states that will prevent us from expanding. The Austrians want to dominate the German states. The Prussians want to take Saxony. Everyone wants something, and none of them wants to give Russia anything. He looked up at her. Your job will be to change that. You will go to Vienna. You will find out what the British and Austrians and Prussians are planning. You will disrupt their schemes. You will make sure that Russia gets what it deserves. How? Varvara asked. I am one woman. How can I possibly influence the fate of nations? Benkendorf smiled, and it was not a pleasant smile. You will learn. You will use your beauty, your intelligence, your... He paused, and his eyes flickered to her palms. Your other talents. Varvara looked down at her hands. The symbols that Mstislav had taught her to read and write were still there, faint and faded, but visible to anyone who knew what to look for. Your magic, Benkendorf said. You will use your magic. The Tsar has told me what you are, what you can do, and I have been instructed to teach you how to use that power to protect Russia. He closed the map and walked back to the table, placing his hands flat on the surface. But first, you must learn the basics. You must learn how to move in the shadows, how to disappear in plain sight, how to kill without leaving a trace. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a length of red thread, tied in a complex pattern. He held it out to Varvara. Do you know what this is? He asked. Varvara studied the thread. There was something familiar about it, something that made her blood stir in recognition. A nows, she said. A knot. Mstislav showed me how to make them. Good. Benkendorf set the thread on the table. Then you know that a nows can be used to influence the behaviour of those who wear it. A knot tied in a certain way can induce love, or fear, or obedience. A knot tied in another way can cause madness, or paralysis, or death. He leaned forward. The Tsar has given me permission to teach you the secrets of the Nowzy. But I will not teach you all of them. I will teach you the ones that are useful for our purposes, the ones that will help you accomplish your mission in Vienna. Varvara nodded. I understand. Do you? Benkendorf's eyes were cold. I do not think you do. I think you believe that you are special, that you are the chosen one, the saviour of Russia. I think you believe that your magic makes you invincible. He reached out and grabbed her wrist, his grip like iron. Let me tell you a secret, Varvara Dmitrievna. You are not invincible. You are not special. You are a tool, a weapon, a sharp stone that the Tsar will throw at his enemies. And if you break, he will find another stone. He released her wrist and stepped back. That is the truth. That is the truth of what we do. If you cannot accept it, you will not survive. Varvara felt her blood boil with anger. She wanted to lash out, to use the power that slept in her soul to strike this man down. But she restrained herself. She was a weapon, and weapons did not choose their targets. I accept it, she said. I accept what I am. Now teach me. Benkendorf studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. Very well, he said. Let us begin. The training continued for 3 months. Varvara learned to read the secret signs that agents left on windowsills and door frames. She learned to decipher messages hidden in works of art and carefully clipped paragraphs of books. She learned the complex code of the Russian intelligence service, a cipher based on the periodic table of elements that required a thorough knowledge of chemistry. She learned to walk silently on any surface, to move through a crowd without being noticed, to slip a tiny key into a lock and open it without making a sound. She learned to disguise herself as a peasant woman, a noble lady, a servant, a nun. She learned to change her accent, her posture, her manner. She learned to kill. The first man she killed was a French spy who had been captured by Benkendorf's agents. He was a small man, thin and pale, with a nervous twitch in his left eye. He was brought to the training room, bound and gagged, and Benkendorf handed Varvara a thin-bladed knife. Kill him, Benkendorf said. Varvara stared at the man. He was looking at her with terrified eyes, pleading for mercy.
She felt something twist in her chest. Not pity, not revulsion, but something more complicated. "Do it," Benkendorf said. "He is the enemy. He would kill you if the positions were reversed." Varvara walked toward the man. She raised the knife. She saw his eyes widen, saw his mouth open in a scream that was muffled by the gag. And she struck. The knife slid into his chest like it was cutting through butter. He made a wet, gurgling sound and went still, his eyes staring at nothing. Varvara pulled the knife out. Blood dripped from the blade, dark and thick. She looked down at her hand and saw that it was steady. "Good," Benkendorf said. "Now do it again." The second man she killed was not a spy. He was a Russian nobleman, a minor official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a man who had been selling secrets to the British for gold. Benkendorf had him brought to the training room and made Varvara watch him squirm and plead for his life. 100,000 rubles, the man said. "That's what they paid me. I have a family, a wife, 5 children. I did it for them. I did it for my family." "You did it for gold," Benkendorf said coldly. "You did it to betray your country." He handed Varvara a glass of wine. "He likes wine," Benkendorf said. "Give him this." Varvara took the glass. She knew what was in it. She had seen the pill dissolve in the dark red liquid, had watched the tiny white tablet disappear like it had never existed. She walked toward the man and handed him the glass. He took it with trembling hands and drank it in one gulp, desperate to do anything that might save his life. He was dead within a minute. Varvara watched him die, watched his face turn pale, watched his eyes roll back in his head. She felt nothing. Not revulsion, not pity, not remorse. She was a weapon. Weapons did not feel. "Good," Benkendorf said. "You are learning." The third man she killed was the hardest. He was not a spy, not a traitor, not an enemy of Russia. He was an innocent man, a peasant who had seen too much, a witness to one of Benkendorf's more unsanctioned operations. "You have to kill him," Benkendorf said. "He saw your face. He could identify you. It is the only way." Varvara looked at the man. He was older, grey-haired, his face lined with hardship and sorrow. He was not looking at her with hatred. He was looking at her with pity. "You don't want to do this," he said. "I can see it in your eyes. You don't want to be a killer." "I am what I am," Varvara said. "I have no choice."
"There is always a choice," the man said.
"You can choose to be merciful. You can choose to be kind. You can choose to let me go." Varvara looked at Benkendorf. His face was expressionless, but she could see the test in his eyes. She looked back at the man. She thought of her father, dying in the ruins of Smolensk. She thought of her sister, screaming in the darkness. She thought of the millions of Russians who would suffer and die if she failed. She raised the knife. "I'm sorry," she said. And she killed him. That night, Varvara sat alone in her room, staring at her reflection in the small mirror above her desk. She had been transformed over the past 3 months. Her body was harder, stronger, honed to a sharp edge by the training. Her eyes were sharper, colder, and the softness that had once been in them was gone. She was no longer Varvara Orlova Golitsina, the daughter of a prince, the mistress of a ruined house. She was something else, something that had no name. She looked down at her palms. The symbols were still there, faded but visible, telling the story of what she had become. You are the hope of Russia, the voice whispered. You are the guardian of the old ways. You are the shield against the darkness. She closed her eyes and listened to the voice that had been with her since the moment she woke in the forest of Białowieża. It was part of her now, as much a part of her as her blood and bone and breath. She was not afraid. She was not angry. She was not anything. She was a weapon, and she was ready to be used. The knock on her door came at midnight. Varvara rose from her chair and opened it to find Benkendorf standing in the hallway, a sealed letter in his hand. "Your orders," he said. "You leave for Vienna in 3 days." Varvara took the letter and broke the seal. She read it quickly, memorizing every detail. Go to Vienna under the name of Countess von Stern. Seek the patronage of Prince Metternich. Become his confidant. Discover his secrets. Destroy those who would harm Russia. It was signed with the imperial seal. Varvara folded the letter and tucked it into her bodice. She looked up at Benkendorf, and she saw something in his eyes that might have been approval. "Are you ready?" he asked. "I have been ready my whole life," Varvara said. "I just didn't know it." Benkendorf nodded. "Then go. Do what must be done. And remember, you are Russia. If you fall, Russia falls with you." He turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness of the hallway. Varvara stood in the doorway for a long moment, staring after him. Then she closed the door and began to pack. Chapter 4. The Viennese Waltz. September 1814, Vienna. The city of Vienna was a symphony of light and sound, a glittering jewel set in the heart of the Austrian Empire. The streets were crowded with carriages and pedestrians, the air thick with the scent of roasted chestnuts and fresh bread, and the faint, ever-present perfume of the Danube. The buildings rose in elegant facades of cream and gold, their windows gleaming with the reflected light of 1,000 candles. Varvara had never seen anything so beautiful or so decadent. She arrived in the city on a crisp autumn evening, her carriage rolling through the streets toward the palace of Prince Metternich. She was no longer Varvara Orlova Golitsina, the ragged survivor of Smolensk. She was Countess von Stern, a wealthy widow from the Baltic provinces, come to Vienna to seek the patronage of the great and powerful. The disguise had taken weeks to perfect. Her hair had been dyed a shade lighter, her eyebrows reshaped, her complexion lightened with rice powder. She wore a gown of dark blue silk, cut low to display her shoulders, and a choker of black pearls that had cost more than most peasants earned in a lifetime. The jewels were real, the Tsar had seen to that, and they gleamed with the cold fire of genuine wealth. The carriage stopped before the palace gates, and Varvara stepped out into the evening air. The palace of Prince Metternich was a vast neoclassical mansion, its facade adorned with columns and statues, its windows blazing with light. Music drifted from within, a waltz, light and seductive, the kind of music that made men's hearts beat faster and women's skirts swirl. Varvara took a deep breath and walked up the steps. The ballroom was a sea of silks and jewels, of powdered wigs and gleaming epaulettes. The nobility of Europe had gathered in Vienna to celebrate the defeat of Napoleon, and they were determined to enjoy themselves. They danced and laughed and drank, their faces flushed with wine and pleasure, and Varvara moved among them like a ghost in the shadows. She scanned the crowd, cataloguing faces, memorizing names. There was the Duke of Wellington, stiff and military, his medals gleaming on his chest. There was the Prince of Prussia,
a bluff, hearty man who seemed more interested in the wine than the politics. There was the Austrian Emperor Francis, a dull-eyed man who looked like he would rather be anywhere else. And there, in the centre of the room, surrounded by a cluster of admirers, was the man she had come to find. Prince Clemens von Metternich was not a handsome man. His face was too sharp, his nose too prominent, his smile too calculating. But there was something about him, a magnetism, a presence, that made men want to follow him and women want to possess him. He moved through the crowd with the easy grace of a man who had never known doubt, and his eyes, dark and clever, missed nothing. Varvara felt her heart begin to beat faster. This was the man who would decide the fate of Europe. This was the man she had been sent to destroy. She took a glass of champagne from a passing servant and began to make her way toward him. She moved slowly, deliberately, her eyes never leaving his face. She was aware of the eyes upon her, the men who looked at her with desire, the women who looked at her with envy, but she ignored them all. When she was close enough to speak, she paused and pretended to study a painting on the wall. It was a portrait of the Austrian emperor, resplendent in his imperial robes, and Varvara made a show of examining it with great interest. "A magnificent work, is it not?" said a voice at her elbow. She turned and found Metternich standing beside her, a glass of wine in his hand. His eyes were dark and clever, and they were fixed on her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "Your Highness," she said, dropping into a curtsy. "I am honoured." "The honour is mine." Metternich took her hand and raised it to his lips. His mouth was warm against her skin, and Varvara felt a shiver run down her spine that had nothing to do with the cold. "I have not had the pleasure of your acquaintance, Countess. You are new to Vienna?" "I am," Varvara said. "I arrived only this evening. I am Countess von Stern, from the Baltic provinces. My husband died last year, and I have come to Vienna to begin again." "Ah." Metternich's eyes flickered with understanding. "A widow. I am sorry for your loss. But I am glad that Vienna has gained your presence. You are a beautiful woman, Countess. Vienna is enhanced by your beauty." Varvara smiled, a practiced smile that did not reach her eyes. "You flatter me, Your Highness." "I never flatter," Metternich said. "I merely observe. And my observations tell me that you are a woman of considerable intelligence, as well as beauty. You do not look at me with the same foolish adoration as the other women in this room." Varvara laughed softly. "Perhaps I am a better actress than they are." "Perhaps," Metternich said, and there was something sharp and knowing in his eyes. "But I do not think so. I think you are a woman who is not what she appears to be." Varvara felt a chill run down her spine. Had she been discovered already? Had Benkendorf's training been for nothing? But Metternich's expression softened, and he smiled. "I mean no offence, Countess. I merely observe that you are a woman of depth, of complexity, of secrets. I find that intriguing." Varvara relaxed slightly. He was not accusing her. He was flirting with her, in his own arrogant, self-assured way. "You find intrigue in everyone you meet, I suspect," she said. "It is the nature of a man who deals in secrets." "Perhaps," Metternich said. "But I find more intrigue in you than in most. Would you care to dance with me, Countess? I would very much like to learn more about you." Varvara hesitated for only a moment. This was what she had come for, to get close to Metternich, to become his confidant, to learn his secrets. The dance was the first step on that path. "I would be honoured, Your Highness," she said. She placed her hand in his, and he led her onto the dance floor. The waltz began, a slow, seductive rhythm that seemed to pulse through her veins. Metternich pulled her close, his hand on her waist, and they began to move together. "You dance beautifully," he murmured in her ear. "Where did you learn?" "My father was an admirer of the arts," Varvara said. "He believed that a woman should know how to move gracefully."
"Your father was a wise man." Metternich's grip tightened slightly. "Tell me, Countess, what brings you to Vienna, truly?" Varvara looked into his eyes, and she felt the voice in her blood stir. "Use the nows," it whispered. "Use the knot. Make him trust you. Make him love you." She reached into her sleeve and found the small length of red thread that she had woven earlier that evening. It was tied in a complex pattern, a knot that Mstislav had taught her, a knot that would induce trust and affection in the wearer. She pretended to adjust her shawl, and in the same movement she slipped the thread around Metternich's wrist. It was so fast, so smooth, that he did not even notice. And then she spoke the old words, the words that Mstislav had whispered in her ear in the forest of Bialovieja. "Svazi," she murmured. "Svazi dushi, svazi serca, svazi voli." Bind, bind the souls, bind the hearts, bind the wills. The words were barely a whisper, lost in the music and the chatter of the crowd, but she felt the power surge through her, felt the thread tighten around Metternich's wrist, felt something shift in his eyes. For a moment, his expression flickered, something like confusion, something like fear, and then it was gone, replaced by a warmth that had not been there before. "You are a fascinating woman, Countess," he said. "I find myself drawn to you. I cannot explain it." Varvara smiled. "Perhaps it is fate, Your Highness." "Perhaps," Metternich said. "Or perhaps it is something more. I believe that the universe sends us signs, Countess, and I believe that you are a sign that I have been waiting for." He pulled her closer, and Varvara felt his breath on her neck. The waltz swirled around them, a dizzying vortex of colour and sound, and she let herself be swept away by it. This was the first step. This was the beginning of her mission, and she would not fail. The evening wore on, and Varvara found herself increasingly the centre of Metternich's attention. He brought her champagne, introduced her to the most powerful men in the room, and never once let her out of his sight. The thread around his wrist was working, binding his will to hers, and she could feel him growing more and more enamoured with each passing hour. But there was another presence in the room, another pair of eyes that watched her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. He was a tall man, dark-haired and handsome, with a face that was both familiar and strange. He wore the uniform of a French colonel, and his eyes, deep and brooding, seemed to follow her wherever she went. Varvara recognized him. She had known him once, in another life, before Smolensk, before the fire and the death and the voice in her blood. His name was Colonel Jean-Pierre Dubois, and he had been her lover. It had been 3 years ago, in the summer of 1811, when she had been a different person entirely. She had been young and naive and foolish, and she had fallen in love with a man who had promised her the world. They had met at a ball in St. Petersburg, had danced together all night, had whispered promises of forever in the darkness. And then the war had come, and Jean-Pierre had returned to France, and she had never heard from him again. Until now. Varvara felt her blood run cold. Jean-Pierre was a French colonel, a man who served Napoleon, a man who would be her enemy. But he was also the man she had once loved, the man who had broken her heart, and he was looking at her with an expression that was both angry and yearning. She excused herself from Metternich's side and made her way through the crowd, seeking a quiet corner where she could collect her thoughts. But before she could reach the doors, Jean-Pierre appeared at her elbow, his hand closing around her wrist. "Varvara," he said, "I knew it was you." She turned to face him,
and for a moment she was lost in the memory of his eyes, the way they had once looked at her with such tenderness. "You have mistaken me for someone else," she said coldly. "I am Countess von Stern. I do not know who you are." "Don't lie to me." His grip tightened. "I would know you anywhere. You are Varvara Golitsina, the woman I loved. What are you doing here, dressed like a countess, pretending to be someone else?" Varvara felt her composure crack. She had trained for this, prepared for this, but she had not prepared for Jean-Pierre. She had not prepared for the look in his eyes, the raw emotion that threatened to undo her. "I am what I appear to be," she said. "A widow seeking a new life in Vienna." "You were never a widow," Jean-Pierre said. "You were never married. I know this because I asked about you, every day, for 3 years. I asked about you until my friends grew tired of hearing your name." Varvara felt something twist in her chest. "You left me," she said. "You left without a word. You went back to France and you never wrote, never sent any message. I thought you were dead." "I was trying to protect you," Jean-Pierre said. "I was a French officer. Your father was a Russian prince. There was no future for us. But I loved you, Varvara. I loved you more than anything in the world." He stepped closer, his eyes blazing. "And now I find you here, in Vienna, working for Metternich, a man who would destroy your country, a man who would—" "I am not working for Metternich," Varvara said. "I am—" "You are a spy," Jean-Pierre said flatly. "I know. I can see it in your eyes. You have the same look as the other spies I've met. Cold, calculating, dead." Varvara felt the truth of his words stab through her. She was dead. The woman he had loved had died in the ruins of Smolensk, and something else had taken her place. "Let me go, Jean-Pierre," she said softly. "Let me go and forget you ever saw me." "I cannot," Jean-Pierre said. "I cannot forget you. I have tried, God knows I have tried, but you are in my blood, Varvara. You are in my soul." He reached out and touched her cheek, his fingers warm against her cold skin. Varvara closed her eyes, and for a moment she let herself remember what it was like to be loved, to be wanted, to be human. And then the voice in her blood whispered, "He is the enemy. He serves the French. He serves the ones who burned your home. Kill him. Kill him now." Varvara opened her eyes and the warmth was gone. She stepped back from Jean-Pierre, her face hardening. "Stay away from me," she said. "Stay away or I will destroy you." She turned and walked away, leaving him standing alone in the shadows. The next morning, Varvara woke in her hotel room with the taste of ashes in her mouth. She had not slept well, her dreams haunted by images of Jean-Pierre and the life she had left behind. She rose from her bed and walked to the window, staring out at the city of Vienna. The sun was rising over the Danube, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. It was beautiful, achingly beautiful, and it made her heart ache with a longing she could not name. She was no longer Varvara Golitsina. She was Countess von Stern, the widow, the spy, the weapon. And she had a mission to complete. She dressed quickly, in a simple gown of grey wool, and made her way to the palace of Prince Metternich. She had sent a note ahead, asking for a private audience, and she was granted immediate entrance. Metternich was in his study, a large room lined with books and maps and the detritus of his political life. He rose as she entered, his face lighting up with a smile that seemed almost genuine. "Countess," he said, "what a pleasure. I was hoping to see you again." "As was I," Varvara said. "I was hoping you might show me something of Vienna. I have never seen the city before." "Of course," Metternich offered her his arm. "I would be honoured to be your guide." They walked through the streets of Vienna together, Metternich pointing out the sights: the Hofburg Palace, the Cathedral of St. Stephen, the imperial crypt where the Habsburgs lay buried. Varvara listened and smiled and asked the right questions, all the while cataloguing every detail, every word, every glance. And in the back of her mind, she was planning. She was plotting. She was scheming. She would take everything from this man: his secrets, his plans, his power. She would use him and discard him, and when she was done, Russia would be safe. She would not fail. She could not fail. For if she failed, Russia would fall, and she would not let that happen. Chapter 5. The Templar Codex. October 1814, Vienna. The library of Prince Metternich was a cathedral of knowledge, its shelves rising 3 stories high, its walls lined with thousands of volumes bound in leather and gilt. The scent of old paper and ancient dust hung in the air like incense, and the light that filtered through the tall windows was soft and golden, the light of autumn afternoons, when the world seems to hold its breath. Varvara stood in the centre of the room, her heart pounding with anticipation. She had been waiting for this moment for weeks, waiting for Metternich to trust her enough to leave her alone in his private sanctuary. Tonight, that trust had finally been granted. She had arrived at the palace for a private dinner with the prince, a meal that had stretched for hours and been accompanied by enough wine to drown a battalion. Metternich had grown increasingly amorous as the evening wore on, his hand straying to her knee, his breath warm against her neck. She had smiled and flirted and deflected, and when he had finally excused himself to attend to a sudden crisis in his office, she had taken the opportunity to slip away. The library was empty, the servants dismissed for the night. Varvara moved quickly through the aisles, her eyes scanning the spines of the books, searching for the one she had been told to find. Benkendorf's intelligence had been specific. Metternich kept a secret journal, bound in black leather, its contents a record of his most private thoughts and plans. The journal was hidden somewhere in this library, and Varvara had been ordered to find it and copy its contents before the night was through. She searched for an hour, moving through the shelves like a ghost, her fingers trailing over the spines of the books. She found treatises on politics and philosophy, histories of the Austrian Empire, collections of poetry and plays. She found volumes in German and French and Latin, in Italian and Spanish and Greek. But she did not find the journal. She was about to give up, to retreat and try again another night, when she noticed something strange. A section of the wall near the fireplace seemed slightly out of alignment, the panelling not quite flush with the surrounding wood. She pressed her hand against it, and the panels swung open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside the compartment was not a journal, but a box, a small chest of dark wood, bound with iron straps and secured with a lock of intricate design. Varvara examined the lock, her mind racing. She had trained for this, studied the art of lockpicking under Benkendorf's exacting eye. She reached into her sleeve and withdrew a thin metal pick, sliding it into the lock with practiced ease. The tumblers clicked and shifted, and within moments the lock sprang open. Varvara lifted the lid of the chest and gasped. Inside was not a journal, but a book, an ancient manuscript bound in what appeared to be human skin, its pages covered in symbols that made her blood run cold. She recognized them. They were the same symbols that were on her palms, the same symbols that covered the Gromnik. But these were not the symbols of the Volkvi. These were something else, something older, something darker. She reached out and touched the pages, and the voice in her blood screamed with recognition. "The Codex of the Templars," the voice whispered. "The Book of the Black Dragon. The Book of the Enemy." Varvara's hands trembled as she opened the manuscript. The pages were brittle with age, The ink faded to a rusty brown, but the symbols were still clear, still legible, and she could read them as easily as if they were written in her native tongue. They were spells, incantations, rituals of power and sacrifice, of death and transformation. They were the secrets of the Black Dragon, the society that had been working for centuries to destroy Russia. And Metternich had them all. Varvara felt a cold fury rise within her. This man, this charming, urbane prince who had danced with her and flirted with her and tried to seduce her. This man was a member of the Black Dragon. He was one of them. He was the enemy. She began to copy the contents of the codex, her fingers moving quickly across the pages, her mind racing with the implications of what she was discovering. The Black Dragon had agents everywhere, in the courts of Europe, in the armies of France, in the halls of power in London and Berlin and Vienna. They had been working for centuries to weaken Russia, to tear it apart from within. And now, with the Congress of Vienna approaching, they were preparing to strike. Varvara worked through the night, copying page after page of the codex, committing its secrets to memory. She learned of the society's history, its origins in the ruins of the Templar Order, its rise to power in the shadows of European politics. She learned of its rituals, its initiations, its methods of control and manipulation. And she learned of its plan for Russia. It was called the Ostpolitik, the Eastern Policy. The Black Dragon intended to carve Russia into a dozen smaller states, each one weak and divided, each one easy to control. They would give Poland to the Austrians, the Baltic states to the Prussians, the Ukraine to the Ottomans. They would destroy the Russian Empire and scatter its people to the winds. And the Congress of Vienna was the instrument of that destruction. Varvara closed the codex and sat back, her mind reeling. The Congress was not a peace conference. It was a trap. The powers of Europe were gathering to sign the death warrant of Russia, and only she could stop them. She looked down at her hands, at the symbols that glowed faintly on her palms. She was not just a spy, not just a weapon. She was the last hope of her country. She tucked the copied pages into her bodice and closed the chest, replacing it in the hidden compartment. She smoothed the panel back into place and made her way out of the library, her footsteps silent on the marble floor. As she slipped through the corridors of the palace, she heard voices from the room ahead. She pressed herself against the wall, listening. "The Countess is a fascinating woman," Metternich was saying. "I cannot explain it, but I feel drawn to her. It is as if she has cast a spell on me." "Be careful, Clemens," said another voice, a man's voice, deep and resonant. "You know as well as I do that the Russians have spies everywhere. This Countess could be one of them." "Perhaps," Metternich said. "But if she is the most skilled spy I have ever encountered. I have never met a woman who could match my wit, my intelligence. She is remarkable." "There is something else," the other man said. "Something I have been meaning to tell you. We have received word from our agents in St. Petersburg. The Tsar has been meeting with someone, a woman who matches the Countess's description." Varvara felt her blood turn to ice. They knew who she was, what she was. "We need to be certain," Metternich said. "We cannot act on suspicion alone. The Congress is too important. We cannot afford a scandal." "Then we will test her," the other man said. "We will give her a test and see if she passes. If she does, she is one of us. If she does not—" The voice trailed off, and Varvara did not need to hear the rest. She knew what would happen if she failed. She slipped away into the darkness, her mind racing. She had to be more careful.
She had to be more cunning, and she had to find out who the other man was, the one who had recognized her. She had to find out who was hunting her. The next morning, Varvara rose early and went to the market in the center of Vienna. She needed to think, to plan, and she found that the bustle of the market helped clear her mind. She was examining a stall of silk ribbons when she felt a presence at her elbow. "Countess," said a voice, smooth and urbane. "What a pleasure to see you again." She turned and found herself face to face with a man she did not recognize. He was tall and distinguished, with silver hair and a face that seemed carved from marble. He wore the uniform of a British general, and his eyes were cold and calculating. "I do not believe we have met," Varvara said carefully. "I am Countess von Stern." "Lord Castlereagh," the man said, and Varvara felt a chill run down her spine. The British Foreign Secretary was one of the most powerful men in Europe, a man who despised Russia with a passion that bordered on obsession. "I have heard a great deal about you, Countess. Prince Metternich speaks of you with the highest praise." "He is too kind," Varvara said.
"Perhaps," Castlereagh said. "Or perhaps he is merely besotted. I have known Clemens for many years, and I have seen him fall under the spell of a beautiful woman before. It never ends well." Varvara forced a smile.
"I am sure I do not know what you mean, my lord."
"I think you do," Castlereagh said. "I think you know exactly what I mean. You are a clever woman, Countess. Too clever to be merely a widow from the Baltic provinces."
He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I know who you are, Varvara Dmitrievna. I know what you are, and I know why you are here."
Varvara felt her composure crack.
"I have no idea what you are talking about."
"Don't you?" Castlereagh smiled, and it was a cruel smile. "I have my sources, Countess. I know that you are a spy for the Tsar. I know that you have been sent to Vienna to disrupt the Congress. And I know that you are planning to destroy the Black Dragon."
Varvara felt her blood run cold. How did he know? How could he possibly know? "I am afraid you have been misinformed," she said, her voice steady despite the panic rising in her chest. "I am nothing but a widow seeking a new life. I have no interest in politics."
"Of course you don't," Castlereagh said. "And I am the King of England. We both know the truth, Countess. The question is what we are going to do about it."
He stepped back, his expression changing to one of polite interest.
"I would advise you to be careful, Countess. Vienna is a dangerous city, full of dangerous people, and the Black Dragon has long claws."
He turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Varvara stood frozen, her heart pounding, her mind racing. She had been discovered. Not by Metternich, not by the Austrians, but by the British. And Castlereagh was not a man to be trifled with. He was ruthless, cunning, and he had the power to destroy her. She had to act. She had to move faster, be more careful, take greater risks. The fate of Russia depended on it. She tucked the silk ribbons into her basket and made her way back to her hotel, her mind already planning her next move. That evening, Varvara sat alone in her room, the copied pages of the Templar Codex spread before her on the table. She had spent the afternoon studying them, committing their secrets to memory, and she had learned something that made her heart beat faster. There was a ritual in the Codex, a ritual that could protect Russia from the Black Dragon's schemes. It required a sacrifice, a life willingly given, but if performed correctly, it would create a shield around the Russian Empire,
a shield that would deflect the machinations of the society for generations to come. She did not want to perform the ritual. She did not want to kill anyone, especially not someone who was willing to die for Russia. But she knew that she might have no choice. The fate of her country hung in the balance, and she could not afford to be squeamish. She was still studying the pages when there was a knock at her door. She rose and opened it, expecting to find a servant or a messenger. Instead, she found Jean-Pierre Dubois, his face pale and drawn in the lamplight. "Varvara," he said, "I need to speak with you." She stepped back, allowing him to enter. He walked into the room, his eyes scanning the papers on the table, and she saw a flicker of recognition in his gaze. "The Templar Codex," he said. "You found it." "I found a copy," Varvara said. "Metternich has the original." Jean-Pierre sat down heavily in the chair, his head in his hands. "I knew it," he said. "I knew he was one of them. I just didn't want to believe it." "One of who?" Varvara asked. "The Black Dragon?" "The Society of the Black Dragon," Jean-Pierre said. "I have been investigating them for years. They are the ones who have been pulling the strings of European politics, the ones who have been manipulating Napoleon, the ones who have been trying to destroy Russia." "Why?" Varvara asked. "What do they want?" "Power," Jean-Pierre said. "Pure, naked power. They believe that the Russian Empire is the greatest threat to their plans, and they will do anything to destroy it. They have infiltrated every government in Europe, every army, every court. They are everywhere." He looked up at her, and his eyes were filled with a desperate intensity. "I am one of them, Varvara. I was recruited years ago when I was a young officer in Napoleon's army. They promised me power, influence, wealth, and I believed them. I became one of them." Varvara felt a cold horror settle in her chest. "You are a member of the Black Dragon." "Not anymore," Jean-Pierre said. "I have been trying to get out for years, but once you are a member, you can never leave. They have ways of controlling you, of making sure that you obey." He pulled up his sleeve, revealing a scar on his forearm, a symbol carved into his flesh, the same symbol that was on her palms. "This is their mark. It binds me to them. It forces me to obey." Varvara reached out and touched the scar, and she felt a surge of power from it. Dark, corrupting power that made her want to recoil. "You cannot leave," she said. "You are bound to them forever." "I know," Jean-Pierre said. "That is why I need your help." He looked at her, his eyes pleading. "I know about the ritual, Varvara. I know that you can use the power of the old gods to break the bonds. Please, help me. Help me escape them." Varvara stared at him, her mind racing. This was the man who had broken her heart, the man who had left her without a word. But he was also a man who had been used and abused by the very forces she was fighting. And he was asking for her help. She thought of her father dying in the ruins of Smolensk. She thought of her sister screaming in the darkness. She thought of the millions of Russians who would suffer and die if she failed. And she made her decision. "I will help you," she said. "But you must help me first. You must tell me everything you know about the Black Dragon. Their plans, their agents, their rituals, everything." Jean-Pierre nodded. "I will. I will tell you everything, I swear it." He reached out and took her hand, and for a moment Varvara felt something stir in her chest. Something she had thought was dead. Something she had buried in the ruins of Smolensk. She pushed it away. She could not afford to feel. She could not afford to be weak. She was a weapon. And weapons did not love. The hours that followed were a blur of revelation and horror. Jean-Pierre told her everything. The names of the Black Dragon's agents in the courts of Europe, the details of their plans for the Congress, the rituals they used to control their members. And he told her about the Ostpolitik. "It is not just a plan to divide Russia," he said. It is a plan to destroy the Russian soul. The Black Dragon believes that the Russian people are too strong, too independent, too resistant to control. They want to break them, to shatter their spirit, to turn them into puppets. How do they plan to do that? Varvara asked. Through the church, Jean-Pierre said. They have infiltrated the Orthodox Church, placed their agents in positions of power. They plan to create a schism, a division that will tear the church apart. And once the church is destroyed, the people will have no faith to sustain them. They will be easy to control. Varvara felt a cold fury rise within her. The Black Dragon was not just an enemy of Russia, it was an enemy of the Russian soul, the Russian spirit, everything that made her people great. We have to stop them, she said. We have to destroy them. I know, Jean-Pierre said, but we cannot do it alone. We need allies. We need help. We have help, Varvara said. We have the Tsar. We have Benkendorf. We have the entire Russian intelligence service. The Tsar is a fool, Jean-Pierre said bitterly. He trusts everyone and suspects no one. He has no idea that his own court is full of Black Dragon agents. And Benkendorf is loyal, yes, but he is also a man of the new order. He does not believe in the old gods, the old power. He will not help us with the ritual. Varvara was silent for a long moment. He was right. The Tsar and Benkendorf could not help her with the old magic. Only Mstislav could help her, and Mstislav was far away, in the forests of Russia. She had to do this alone. Then I will perform the ritual myself, she said. I will use the power of the old gods to protect Russia, and I will destroy the Black Dragon. Jean-Pierre stared at her. You cannot do that alone. The ritual requires a sacrifice, a willing sacrifice. You cannot. I can, Varvara said, and I will. The fate of Russia depends on it. She looked at Jean-Pierre, and she saw something in his eyes, a flicker of fear, a shadow of doubt. You do not believe in me, she said. I believe in you, Jean-Pierre said. I have always believed in you. But I am afraid, Varvara. I am afraid of what you are becoming. Varvara felt a cold smile spread across her face. I am becoming what I need to be. I am becoming the shield of Russia. She rose from the table and walked to the window, staring out at the city of Vienna. The lights of the palace gleamed in the darkness, 1,000 candles burning in the service of the Black Dragon. I will destroy them, she said. I will destroy them all. And in her blood, the old gods stirred and whispered their approval. Chapter 6. The Knot of Fate. November 1814. Vienna. The room was cold, lit only by a single candle that guttered in the draught from the window. Varvara sat alone at a wooden table, the Gromnik open before her, her fingers tracing the ancient symbols that covered its pages. She had been studying for hours, trying to understand the ritual that would protect Russia from the Black Dragon. It was complex, requiring not just the sacrifice of a willing life, but also the creation of a naus, a knot of fate, woven from the hair of the Tsar himself. She had obtained the hair weeks ago, from a brush that had been left in the Tsar's chambers during his stay in Vienna. She had kept it safe, wrapped in silk, ready to be used when the time was right. Now the time had come. She took the hair from its wrapping and began to weave it into a knot, her fingers moving with practiced precision. She whispered the words that Mstislav had taught her, words that were older than the Russian language, older than the Christian faith. Sudba, she whispered. Sudba Rossi, Sudba Imperi, Sudba Naroda. Fate, the words meant. The fate of Russia, the fate of the empire, the fate of the people. She felt the power surge through her, felt the old gods stir in the darkness. The hair grew warm in her hands, and she saw the symbols on her palms begin to glow. She was doing it. She was binding the fate of Russia to the will of the Tsar. She tied the final knot and held the nows up to the candlelight. It glowed with a soft golden light, pulsing like a heartbeat. And in that moment, she knew that she had succeeded. The fate of Russia was in her hands. She tucked the nows into her bodice and blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness. The next day, Varvara was summoned to the palace of Prince Metternich. She arrived to find the prince in a state of agitation, pacing the floor of his study like a caged animal. "Countess," he said when she entered, "I have received some disturbing news." Varvara felt her heart skip a beat. "What news, Your Highness?" "I have been told that you are a spy," Metternich said. "A Russian spy, sent to Vienna to disrupt the Congress." Varvara forced herself to remain calm. "That is absurd, Your Highness. I am a widow, nothing more." "I know," Metternich said. "I know it is absurd. But the accusation has been made, and I must take it seriously. The Congress is too important. I cannot afford to be seen as a fool." He walked toward her, his eyes blazing. "I will ask you once, Countess, and I expect you to answer truthfully. Are you a spy?" Varvara looked into his eyes, and she knew that the truth would destroy her. She had come too far, sacrificed too much, to fail now. She reached into her sleeve and found the nows she had woven the night before. She touched it, spoke the words, and felt the power surge through her. "No, Your Highness," she said. "I am not a spy." Metternich's expression flickered, and she saw the doubt fade from his eyes. The nows was working, binding his will to hers, making him believe what she told him. "I believe you," he said. "Forgive me for doubting you. The pressure of the Congress, it makes me paranoid." "I understand, Your Highness," Varvara said. "The weight of the world is on your shoulders. It is natural to be suspicious." Metternich smiled, the tension leaving his face. "You are very understanding, Countess. I am fortunate to have you in my life." He took her hand and raised it to his lips. "Would you care to join me for dinner tonight? I would very much like to spend more time with you." Varvara smiled and nodded, even as her mind raced with the implications of what she had just done. The nows was powerful, yes, but it was also dangerous. It would bind Metternich to her, make him trust her, make him love her. And when she was done with him, when she had used him to save Russia, she would have to break that bond. And she did not know if she would be able to bear the pain. The dinner that evening was a magnificent affair, a feast of roast swan and truffled pheasant and honeyed pastries that Varvara could barely taste. Metternich was charming, attentive, his eyes never leaving her face. She listened to him talk, nodding and smiling, all the while cataloguing every word, every gesture, every glance. She was learning more about him every moment, learning about his fears and his ambitions and his secret hopes. And she was learning about the Black Dragon. "It is a strange thing," Metternich said after a particularly fine bottle of wine. "The society I belong to. I cannot speak its name, even to you, but I can tell you that it is powerful. It has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember." "The society?" Varvara asked, feigning ignorance. "An organization," Metternich said. "A secret organization. It has existed for centuries, and it has always been dedicated to a single purpose: the destruction of the Russian Empire." Varvara forced herself to remain calm. Why would anyone want to destroy Russia? "Because Russia is dangerous," Metternich said. "Because Russia is strong. Because Russia is the enemy of everything we hold dear. The society believes that Russia must be destroyed, or it will destroy us all." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "And I agree with them.
I have seen what Russia can do. I have seen the barbarism, the savagery, the cruelty. Russia must be destroyed. Varvara felt a cold fury rise within her, but she suppressed it. She could not afford to lose control. She had to maintain the illusion, to keep Metternich believing that she was on his side. "You are right, Your Highness," she said. "Russia must be destroyed." She reached out and touched his hand, and she felt the nails pulse against her skin. Metternich's expression softened, and he smiled at her with the adoring gaze of a man in love. "You understand," he said. "You understand me better than anyone. I am so fortunate to have found you." He leaned in and kissed her, his lips warm against hers. Varvara closed her eyes and let herself be kissed, even as the voice in her blood screamed with rage. She was using him. She was manipulating him. And when she was done, she would destroy him. She had no choice. The fate of Russia depended on it. After dinner, Metternich showed her to a private sitting room, where they sat together by the fire, the wine and the warmth making her drowsy. She was almost asleep when she heard a sound from the corridor outside. The sound of footsteps, soft and stealthy, moving toward the room. She sat up, her hand reaching for the dagger hidden in her bodice. "What is it?" Metternich asked. "Someone is coming," Varvara said. "Someone who does not want to be heard." The door burst open, and a man entered, a tall, dark figure in a black cloak, his face hidden by a mask. "Prince Metternich," the man said. "The Society has sent me to deliver a message." Metternich rose, his face pale. "What message?" "The ritual is to be performed tonight," the man said. "The sacrifice is ready. The Congress will be the instrument of Russia's destruction." Varvara felt a cold chill run down her spine. The ritual, the sacrifice. The black dragon was preparing to strike. She rose from her chair, her hand moving toward the dagger. "Who are you?" she demanded. The man turned to look at her, and she saw a flash of recognition in his eyes. "You," he said. "The Countess, the spy." He pulled a weapon from his cloak, a long, thin blade that gleamed in the firelight. "You will die tonight, Countess. You will die, and Russia will fall." He lunged at her, and Varvara leaped aside, the knife missing her by inches. She drew her own dagger and faced him, her blood singing with the old power. "You are a member of the Black Dragon," she said. "You are the enemy of Russia." "I am the defender of Europe," the man said. "I am the one who will stop the Russian barbarians from destroying everything we have built." He attacked again, and Varvara met him blow for blow. The daggers clashed, sparks flying in the firelight. She was smaller than him, weaker, but she was faster, and she had the power of the old gods in her blood. She spoke a single word, ancient and powerful, and felt the power surge through her. The man stumbled, his weapon falling from his hand, his eyes glazing over with confusion. "What have you done to me?" he gasped. "I have bound you," Varvara said. "I have bound your will to mine. You will not hurt me. You will not hurt anyone. You will tell me everything you know about the Black Dragon." She reached out and touched his forehead, and she felt his thoughts flow into her mind. She saw the Society's rituals, its meetings, its plans. She saw the names of its members, the locations of its strongholds, the details of its conspiracy. And she saw the truth. The Black Dragon was preparing to strike at the Congress. They had agents in every delegation, ready to sabotage the negotiations and push Europe toward war. They would use the chaos to destroy Russia, once and for all. Varvara pulled her hand away, and the man collapsed unconscious. Metternich stared at her, his face white with shock. "What have you done?" he demanded. "What have you done to him?" "I have saved Russia," Varvara said. "I have saved Russia from the Black Dragon.
She looked at him, and she saw something flicker in his eyes, something that might have been doubt, might have been fear. But she did not care. She had done what she had to do, and she would do whatever was necessary to protect her country, even if it meant destroying the man she had come to love. Later that night, Varvara sat alone in her room, the nows in her hands. She could feel the power pulsing through it, binding the fate of Russia to the will of the Tsar. She knew that she was changing. The power was changing her, making her more than human, less than human. She was becoming a weapon, a tool, a force of nature. But she did not care. She would do what she had to do to save Russia. She looked out the window at the lights of Vienna glittering in the darkness. The Congress was approaching, the fate of Europe hanging in the balance. And she would be at the center of it all. She would be the shield of Russia. She would not fail. Chapter 7. The Ghost of Bagration. December 1814, Vienna. The dream came to her in the dead of night, when the world was silent and the city of Vienna slept beneath a blanket of snow. Varvara was walking through a forest she had never seen before, its trees ancient and towering, their branches reaching toward a sky that was dark and starless. The snow beneath her feet was deep, and the cold bit at her cheeks, but she did not feel it. She was following a light, a pale, flickering light that danced through the trees, leading her deeper into the darkness. She followed it for what seemed like hours, her feet moving without thought, her mind empty of everything but the need to reach the light. And then she saw him. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered and handsome, dressed in the uniform of a Russian general. His face was lined with age and sorrow, but his eyes were bright, burning with a fire that would not be extinguished. He was the most beautiful man she had ever seen. "Varvara," he said, and his voice was like thunder in the distance. "Varvara, you must listen to me." She wanted to ask who he was, how he knew her name, but the words would not come. "There is a plot against the Tsar," the man said. "A plot to murder him during the Congress. You must stop it. You must save him." Varvara felt a chill run down her spine. Who is plotting against him? "The Black Dragon," the man said. "They have agents in every delegation ready to strike. They will kill the Tsar and blame the French. They will use the chaos to start a war, to destroy Russia." "How do you know this?" Varvara asked. The man smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "I am Prince Pyotr Bagration. I died at Borodino. But I have not left this world. I am bound to it, bound to Russia until the threat is ended." Varvara stared at him, her mind reeling. Bagration was dead. She had seen the reports, read the accounts of his death, and yet here he was, standing before her, more alive than any ghost had a right to be. "You are a ghost," she said. "I am a guardian," Bagration said. "I am the spirit of Russia, the soul of the motherland, and I have come to warn you." He reached out and touched her face, his fingers cold against her skin. "You are the one, Varvara. You are the one who has been chosen to save Russia. You must not fail." Varvara felt the power surge through her, felt the old gods stir in her blood. "I will not fail," she said. "I swear it." Bagration smiled, and then he began to fade, his form dissolving into the darkness of the forest. "The Tsar is in danger," his voice echoed. "Save him, Varvara. Save him before it is too late." And then he was gone, and Varvara was alone in the darkness. She woke with a start, her heart pounding, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The dream had been so vivid, so real. She could still feel Bagration's cold fingers on her face, could still hear his voice echoing in her mind. She rose from her bed and walked to the window, staring out at the snow-covered city. The dream had been a warning. The Black Dragon was planning to assassinate the Tsar during the Congress, and she had to stop them. She dressed quickly, in a dark gown that would allow her to move unseen through the night. She tucked her dagger into her bodice and slipped the nose into her sleeve, ready to use it if she had to. She had to save the Tsar. She had to save Russia. She left her room and made her way through the silent streets of Vienna, her footsteps muffled by the snow. The city was dark, its windows shuttered against the cold, and she moved like a ghost through the shadows. She reached the palace where the Tsar was staying and slipped through a service entrance, moving through the corridors with the silent grace of a trained assassin. She knew the layout of the palace, had studied the plans Benkendorf had given her, and she made her way to the Tsar's chambers without encountering anyone. She reached the door and paused, listening. She could hear voices from within, the Tsar's voice, calm and measured, and another voice, harsh and demanding. "You will sign the treaty," the other voice said. "You will sign it, or you will die." Varvara pushed open the door and stepped into the room. The Tsar was seated at a desk, a document spread before him. A man stood over him, a pistol pressed to his temple. The man was tall and dark-haired, his face hidden by a mask. "Drop your weapon," Varvara said. The man turned to face her, and she saw a flash of recognition in his eyes. "The Countess," he said. "I should have known you would interfere." He raised his pistol, aiming it at her. "You are too late, Countess. The ritual has already begun. The Black Dragon will destroy Russia, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." Varvara reached into her sleeve and found the nose. She spoke the words, felt the power surge through her, and saw the man's eyes glaze over with confusion. "You will not shoot me," she said. "You will not shoot anyone. You will tell me who you are and what you are planning." The man lowered his pistol, his face slack. "I am a member of the Black Dragon," he said. "I am here to assassinate the Tsar. The ritual is already in motion. The Congress will be the instrument of Russia's destruction." Varvara felt a cold fury rise within her. What ritual? "The ritual of the Ostpolitik," the man said. "The ritual that will tear Russia apart. It requires a sacrifice, the blood of the Tsar. Once the blood is spilled, the spell will be complete." He raised the pistol again, aiming at the Tsar. Varvara moved faster than she had ever moved before, her dagger flashing in the lamplight. She stabbed the man in the chest, and he collapsed, the pistol falling from his hand. The Tsar stared at her, his face pale. "You saved my life," he said. "I saved Russia," Varvara said. "The Black Dragon is planning to use the Congress to destroy us. We must stop them." The Tsar nodded, his eyes burning with a newfound fire. "Tell me everything. Tell me what you know." Varvara told him everything. About the Black Dragon, about the Ostpolitik, about the ritual that would destroy Russia. She told him about the agents in every delegation, ready to sabotage the negotiations. And she told him about the Nors, the knot of fate she had woven from his hair. "The fate of Russia is in your hands," she said. "You must be strong. You must be wise. You must not let the Black Dragon win." The Tsar nodded, his face set in grim determination. "I will not let them win. I swear it." He reached out and took her hand. "Thank you, Varvara Dmitrievna. You have saved Russia." Varvara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with the power of the old gods. She had done it. She had saved Russia. But she knew that the fight was not over. The Black Dragon was still out there, Still plotting, still scheming, and she would have to destroy them, once and for all. For the sake of Russia, she would do whatever it took, even if it destroyed her. Chapter 8. The Black Mass. December 1814. The Catacombs of Vienna. The catacombs beneath Vienna were a labyrinth of death, their walls lined with the bones of generations, their corridors twisting and turning into darkness. The air was cold and damp, heavy with the scent of decay and ancient earth, and the only light came from the torches that flickered in iron sconces along the walls. Varvara moved through the tunnels like a shadow, her footsteps silent on the stone floor. She had been following the Black Dragon's agents for days, tracking them through the city, learning their patterns, their secrets. And now, at last, she had found their lair. She had learned from the captured assassin that the society held its most important rituals in the catacombs beneath the city. Tonight, they were holding a black mass, a ceremony that would bind their agents to the cause and consecrate their plans for the Congress. She had to stop them. She had to destroy them. She reached a heavy iron door, its surface covered with the same symbols that marked her palms. She pressed her hand against it, and the symbols on her skin began to glow, matching the ones on the door. The door swung open, and Varvara stepped into the chamber beyond. It was vast, a cathedral of darkness and death. The walls were lined with human skulls, arranged in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and writhe in the torchlight. At the centre of the room stood an altar of black stone, and on the altar lay a young woman, her body bound with chains, her eyes wide with terror. Around the altar stood the members of the Black Dragon, their faces hidden behind masks of iron and bone. They chanted in a language that Varvara did not recognize, their voices rising and falling in a rhythm that made her blood run cold. And at the head of the altar stood Prince Metternich. He was not wearing a mask. His face was pale and drawn, his eyes burning with a fanatical light that she had never seen before. In his hands he held a ceremonial dagger, its blade gleaming with the reflected light of the torches. "The sacrifice," he intoned. "The sacrifice will seal our pact. The sacrifice will bind us to the darkness. The sacrifice will destroy Russia forever." He raised the dagger, preparing to strike. Varvara acted without thinking. She spoke the words that Mstislav had taught her, the words of the old magic, and felt the power surge through her veins. "Razbitye zerkalo," she whispered. "Razbitye zerkalo ich dush. Pust ich zlo vernetsya k nim. Pust ich prokliatye unichtožet ich samich." Shattered mirror, the words meant. Shattered mirror of their souls. Let their evil return to them. Let their curse destroy them. She raised her hands, and the symbols on her palms blazed with white-hot fire. The light filled the chamber, blinding and terrible, and the members of the Black Dragon screamed and covered their faces. Metternich staggered backward, the dagger falling from his hand. "What is this?" he demanded. "What have you done?" "I have reflected your evil back upon you," Varvara said. "I have shattered the mirror of your souls. Your curse will destroy you." The members of the Black Dragon began to writhe and convulse, their screams echoing through the chamber. They clawed at their own faces, tearing at their flesh, their eyes wild with madness. And then they turned on each other. It was a frenzy of violence, a nightmare of blood and bone. The members of the Black Dragon attacked each other with their bare hands, their teeth, their nails. They tore at each other's throats, ripped out each other's hearts, and Varvara watched in horror as the chamber became a charnel house of death and destruction. Only Metternich remained standing. He stared at her, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. "What have you done?" he whispered. "What have you done to them?"
"I have destroyed them," Varvara said. "I have destroyed the black dragon." She walked toward the altar and cut the young woman's bonds, helping her to her feet. The woman was trembling, her eyes wild with shock. "Go," Varvara said. "Go and never look back." The woman fled, stumbling through the carnage toward the door. Varvara turned to face Metternich. "You are the last," she said. "The last of the black dragon, and you will pay for what you have done." Metternich laughed, a hollow, desperate sound. "You cannot kill me, Countess. I am too powerful. I have too many allies. If you kill me, the Congress will fall apart. Europe will descend into chaos." "I do not need to kill you," Varvara said. "I have already destroyed you. Your society is gone. Your power is gone. You are nothing but a broken man, clinging to the ruins of your ambition." She reached out and touched his forehead, and she felt the naus pulse against her skin. She spoke the words of release, the words that would break the bond between them. "Svazi," she whispered. "Razrivаю sviazi. Ti svoboden. Ti bolshe ne moj." Bindings, the words meant. "I break the bindings. You are free. You are no longer mine." She felt the bond shatter, felt the power drain from the naus. Metternich's eyes cleared, and he looked at her with something like wonder. "I remember," he said. "I remember everything. The black dragon, the rituals, what I did. God help me, what I did." He sank to his knees, his face in his hands. "I am a monster," he sobbed. "I am a monster." Varvara looked down at him, and she felt something that might have been pity. "You are a man," she said. "A man who made terrible choices. Now you must live with the consequences." She turned and walked away, leaving him kneeling among the bodies of his followers. Outside the catacombs, Varvara stood in the cold winter air, her breath misting in front of her face. The snow had begun to fall again, soft and silent, covering the city in a blanket of white. She had done it. She had destroyed the black dragon. She had saved Russia. But she did not feel victorious. She felt empty, hollow, as if something vital had been drained from her. She looked down at her hands. The symbols were still there, glowing faintly in the darkness. She could feel the power pulsing through her veins, the power of the old gods. She was no longer human. She was something else, something that had no name. She was the shield of Russia, and she would do whatever it took to protect her country. Chapter 9. The Bloody Thread. January 1815, Vienna. The new year had come to Vienna, bringing with it a renewed sense of urgency. The Congress was approaching, and the fate of Europe hung in the balance. Varvara moved through the city like a ghost, gathering intelligence, making contacts, preparing for the final confrontation. She had learned from her captured agents that the British were planning to use the Congress to push Turkey into a war with Russia. They hoped to open a second front, forcing Russia to fight on two sides. It was a clever plan, and it would have worked if Varvara had not intercepted the message. She sat in her room, the British dispatch spread before her on the table. It was written in code, a cipher that she had spent hours breaking. The message was clear.
The British were planning to send an agent to Constantinople to bribe the Ottoman officials into declaring war on Russia. She had to stop them. She had to intercept the agent before he reached the Ottoman capital. But the agent was already on his way, riding east at breakneck speed. She would never catch him on horseback. She needed something faster. She needed the power of the old gods. She rose from her chair and walked to the window, staring out at the snow-covered city. The voice in her blood whispered to her, offering a solution. "The horse," it said. "You can speak to the horse. You can make it run faster than the wind." Varvara closed her eyes and focused on the power within her. She had never tried to speak to an animal before, but the voice told her it was possible. It was a gift of the old gods, a gift that had been given to the Volkvi. She concentrated, feeling the power surge through her. She reached out with her mind, searching for the horse that carried the British agent. And she found him. He was a fine horse, a thoroughbred with a strong heart and powerful legs. She could feel his exhaustion, his fear, his desperate need to rest. But his master drove him on, whipping him mercilessly. Varvara spoke to him, her words soft and soothing. "You are tired," she said. "You are in pain. But you must run. You must run faster than the wind." The horse whickered, confused. He could not understand her words, but he could feel her presence, her power. "I will give you strength," Varvara said. "I will make you run faster than you have ever run. You will carry me to Constantinople, and I will save Russia." She felt the power surge through her, felt it flow from her hands into the horse's body. The horse whickered again, and she felt his strength return, felt his legs begin to pump with renewed vigor. She opened her eyes and smiled. The horse was running. He was running faster than the wind, and she would catch him. She found the British agent 3 days later, in a small inn on the road to Constantinople. He was a fat, pompous man, dressed in the expensive clothes of a British diplomat. He had no idea that he was being followed. Varvara watched him from across the common room, sipping a cup of wine and pretending to read a book. She had disguised herself as a Turkish woman, her face veiled, her body concealed beneath layers of silk and wool. The agent finished his meal and retired to his room. Varvara waited for an hour, letting him fall asleep, and then she slipped through the window into his chamber. He woke with a start, his eyes wide with terror. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What do you want?" "I am the one who will stop you," Varvara said. "I am the one who will save Russia." She reached into her sleeve and found the gauze she had woven for this purpose. A knot of binding, a knot of obedience. She spoke the words, felt the power surge through her, and saw the agent's eyes glaze over. "You will not go to Constantinople," she said. "You will not deliver the message. You will return to Vienna and tell your masters that the mission has failed." The agent nodded, his face slack. "I will return to Vienna. The mission has failed." Varvara pulled the dispatch from his coat and read it one last time. Then she tore it into pieces and burned it in the fire. The plan was stopped. The British would not push Turkey into war. Russia was safe. For now. She returned to Vienna a week later, riding the horse that had carried her to Constantinople and back. The horse was exhausted, its flanks lathered with sweat, but it had done what she had asked. It had run faster than the wind. She dismounted and walked through the streets, her body aching with exhaustion. She had not slept in days, had barely eaten, but she had done what she had to do. She reached her hotel and climbed the stairs to her room. She was about to enter when she heard a voice behind her. "Countess," said a familiar voice, "we need to speak." She turned and found Jean-Pierre Dubois standing in the hallway, his face pale and drawn. "What is it?" she asked. "What has happened?" "The British have sent another agent," Jean-Pierre said. "A different one. He is already on his way to Constantinople. And this time, they are not just offering bribes. They are offering an army." Varvara felt a cold chill run down her spine. An army? "The British have made a deal with the Ottomans," Jean-Pierre said. "They are sending troops to support the Turks in a war against Russia. Thousands of soldiers. They will open a second front, and Russia will be crushed." Varvara felt the world spin around her. She had stopped one plot, but another had taken its place. The British were relentless. They would not stop until Russia was destroyed. "We have to stop them," she said. "We have to find a way." "I know," Jean-Pierre said. "That is why I have come to you. I have a plan, a dangerous plan, but it might work." Varvara looked at him, and she saw something in his eyes that she had never seen before. Determination, courage, a willingness to sacrifice. "What is it?" she asked. "Let me be the double agent," Jean-Pierre said. "Let me go to the British. Let me pretend to join them. I will learn their plans, their secrets. I will feed them false information. And when the time is right, I will betray them." Varvara stared at him. "You would do that? You would risk your life for Russia?" Jean-Pierre nodded. "I would do it for you, Varvara. I would do anything for you." He stepped closer, his eyes burning with intensity. "I love you, Varvara. I have always loved you, and I will do whatever it takes to keep you safe." Varvara felt something stir in her chest, something that she had thought was dead. She reached out and touched his face, and he leaned into her touch like a starving man. "Jean-Pierre," she whispered, She did not finish the sentence. Instead, she kissed him, her lips pressing against his with a desperate hunger. He responded immediately, his arms wrapping around her, pulling her close. They stumbled into her room, their clothes falling away, their bodies joining in a passion that had been building for months. It was not love, Varvara told herself. It was a distraction, a momentary escape from the weight of her mission. But as she lay in his arms, her head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, she wondered if she was lying to herself. She had been alone for so long. She had been a weapon, a tool, a force of nature. She had forgotten what it felt like to be human, to be wanted, to be loved. But now, in this moment, she remembered, and it terrified her. The next morning, Jean-Pierre was gone. He had left a note on the pillow, written in his careful, elegant hand. "My dearest Varvara, I have gone to the British. I will do what I must do. I will be your double agent, your eyes and ears in the enemy camp. I will save Russia for you. But I need something from you. I need something that will protect me, that will keep me safe from the Black Dragon's power. You have a stitch, a needle, one of your enchanted needles. Give it to me. Let it be my shield. I love you, Varvara. I have always loved you, and I will always love you, until the end of time. Yours forever, Jean-Pierre." Varvara stared at the note, her mind racing. The needle, the enchanted needle, the one she had used to weave the nausea. She had never thought of using it as a shield, but it might work. It might protect him from the Black Dragon's influence. She reached into her sewing kit and found the needle. A simple steel needle, small and sharp, but imbued with the power of the old gods. She closed her eyes and focused, speaking the words that would bind the needle to Jean-Pierre. "Zashchita," she whispered. "Zashchita dushi, zashchita serca, zashchita voli." Protection, the words meant. Protection of the soul, protection of the heart, protection of the will. She felt the power surge through her, felt the needle grow warm in her hand. She wrapped it in a piece of silk and tucked it into her bodice, ready to give it to Jean-Pierre when she next saw him. but she knew that she might never see him again. He was going into the heart of the enemy, and he might not survive. She had to trust him. She had to believe that he would succeed. For the sake of Russia, she had to believe. Chapter 10. The Double Agent. February 1815, Vienna. The weeks that followed were a blur of activity and anxiety. Varvara moved through the city like a ghost, gathering intelligence, meeting with contacts, preparing for the Congress. She had never been so busy, so driven, so consumed by her mission. But she never stopped thinking about Jean-Pierre. She had not heard from him since he had left. She did not know if he was alive or dead, if he had succeeded or failed. She could only wait and hope. And then, one night in February, he appeared at her door. He was pale and thin, his eyes hollow with exhaustion, but he was alive. He was alive, and he had information. "The British have a plan," he said, collapsing into a chair. "A plan to destroy the Congress. They are going to assassinate the Russian delegation and blame it on the French. They will use the chaos to start a war." Varvara felt a cold chill run down her spine. "When?" "Tomorrow night," Jean-Pierre said. "At the ball at the Hofburg Palace. The Russian delegation will be there, all of them. The British have placed agents among the servants ready to strike." Varvara's mind raced. She had to stop them. She had to save the Russian delegation. "Where are the agents?" she asked. "Who are they?" Jean-Pierre reached into his coat and pulled out a piece of paper covered in names and addresses. "This is a list. Every agent, every contact, every safe house. The British have been planning this for months." Varvara took the list and studied it. She recognized some of the names: minor diplomats, servants, merchants. They were everywhere, hidden in plain sight. "We have to stop them," she said. "We have to eliminate the agents before they can strike." "I know," Jean-Pierre said. "That is why I have come to you. I will help you. I will do whatever it takes to stop them." Varvara looked at him, and she saw something in his eyes that made her blood run cold. A flicker of darkness, a shadow of the Black Dragon's influence.
"You are still one of them," she said. "The Black Dragon. They still control you."
Jean-Pierre shook his head. "No, the needle worked. I broke their influence. But the mark is still there, on my arm. They can still track me. They know I have betrayed them." Varvara grabbed his arm and pulled up his sleeve. The mark was still there, carved into his flesh, glowing faintly with a malevolent light. "They will kill you," she said. "They will find you, and they will kill you." "I know," Jean-Pierre said, "but I don't care. I would rather die fighting for Russia than live as their puppet." He reached out and took her hand. "I love you, Varvara. I have always loved you, and I will do whatever it takes to keep you safe." Varvara felt a tear slide down her cheek. She had not cried in months, had not let herself feel anything but cold determination. But now, in this moment, the tears came. "I love you too," she whispered. "I have always loved you." She kissed him, and he kissed her back, and they held each other in the darkness of the room, two souls bound by love and danger and the fate of nations. But even as they held each other, Varvara knew that their time together was short. The Congress was approaching, and the forces of darkness were closing in. She had to act. She had to destroy the Black Dragon, once and for all. And she had to do it alone. The next night, Varvara attended the ball at the Hofburg Palace. She was dressed in a gown of crimson silk, the colour of blood and passion, her hair piled high on her head and studded with rubies. She was the most beautiful woman in the room, and every eye followed her as she moved through the crowd. But she was not there for the admiration. She was there to kill. She moved through the ballroom, her eyes scanning the crowd for the British agents. She had memorized their faces from Jean-Pierre's list, and she found them one by one. A servant with a tray of champagne, a diplomat with a smile that did not reach his eyes, a woman in a blue gown who moved through the crowd with the grace of a predator. She approached the woman first, smiling and offering her a glass of champagne. The woman took it, and Varvara saw the tiny capsule of poison hidden in the woman's ring. "Enjoy the ball," Varvara said, and she slipped the needle into the woman's side. The woman gasped, her eyes widening with shock. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. She collapsed to the floor, dead before she hit the ground. The chaos erupted immediately. People screamed and scattered, and Varvara moved through the confusion like a ghost, finding the other agents one by one. She stabbed the servant with the tray, and he fell among the broken glass and spilled wine. She approached the diplomat and slipped a pill into his champagne, and he was dead within minutes. By the time the guards arrived, she had killed 12 agents. The assassination plot was stopped. The Russian delegation was safe. But the cost was high. As Varvara slipped out of the palace, she felt the weight of the deaths on her conscience. She had killed so many people. She had become a monster, a creature of blood and shadow. But she had saved Russia. She had done what she had to do. She walked through the streets of Vienna, the snow falling softly around her. She had no idea where she was going. She only knew that she could not stop. She had to keep moving. She had to keep fighting. For the sake of Russia, she would never stop. Chapter 11. The Portrait with a Secret. February 1815. Vienna. The artist was a young man, barely 25, with delicate hands and eyes that missed nothing. He had been recommended to Varvara by one of Metternich's aides, a minor functionary who owed her a favour. He was talented, the aide had said, discreet, and he asked no questions. Varvara sat in the artist's studio, a high-ceilinged room flooded with pale winter light, her gown arranged around her in a cascade of blue silk. The portrait was nearly finished, a full-length depiction of the Countess von Stern, her hand resting on a marble balustrade, her eyes gazing into the middle distance with an expression of serene contemplation. It was a lie, of course. Varvara had not felt serene in months. But the portrait was not meant to be a true reflection of her soul. It was meant to be a delivery mechanism. Hidden in the gilded frame, behind the canvas, was a microfilm, containing the maps of the Congress delegation's positions, the locations of the Black Dragon's remaining safe houses, and a detailed account of the British plans to sabotage the negotiations. The film had been created by Benkendorf's agents, shrunk to a size that could be concealed in the smallest of spaces. "Almost finished, Countess?" the artist said, his brush hovering over the canvas. "I must say, this is one of the finest portraits I have ever created. Your beauty is inspiring." Varvara smiled, a practiced expression that did not reach her eyes. "You flatter me, monsieur." "Not at all," the artist said. "I merely speak the truth." He made a few final strokes, then stepped back, his face alight with satisfaction. "It is done. I hope you are pleased." Varvara rose from her chair and walked to the canvas, studying the portrait with a critical eye. The likeness was excellent, the details perfect, but it was the frame that mattered most. "The frame is exquisite," she said. "Where did you find it?" "A dealer in the old quarter," the artist said. "It is genuine 18th century work, French. The gilding is original." "Magnificent," Varvara said. "I shall have it shipped to my hotel immediately." She paid the artist handsomely, more than the portrait was worth, and arranged for the painting to be delivered to her rooms. That evening, She carefully removed the frame and inserted the microfilm into a tiny compartment she had carved into the wood. Then she resealed the frame and stood back to admire her work. The information would be in St. Petersburg within a week. The Tsar would know everything: the plans, the plots, the names of the traitors. Russia would be prepared, and the Black Dragon would be destroyed. The next morning, Varvara received a summons from the Russian embassy. The Tsar had requested her presence. She arrived at the embassy to find the building in a state of controlled chaos. Servants rushed through the corridors, carrying papers and messages, their faces set in grim determination. The Congress was reaching its climax, and every delegation was scrambling for advantage. She was shown into the Tsar's private study, a modest room compared to the grandeur of the Winter Palace. Alexander sat behind a desk, his face drawn and tired, dark circles shadowing his eyes. "Varvara Dmitrievna," he said, "please sit." She sat, her hands clasped in her lap. "You wish to see me, Your Majesty?" "I did." The Tsar leaned forward, his eyes fixing on hers. "I have received your report. The microfilm. The information was invaluable." Varvara felt a surge of relief. "I am glad, Your Majesty." "But I have also received other information." The Tsar's voice was cold, and Varvara felt a chill run down her spine. "Information about you. About the things you have done. The people you have killed." Varvara forced herself to remain calm. "I have done what was necessary, Your Majesty. I have served Russia." "You have served Russia well," the Tsar said. "But you have also become something dangerous. The power in your blood, the old magic, it has changed you. You are no longer the woman you once were." Varvara felt a flash of anger. "I am exactly what you made me, Your Majesty. You sent me to Vienna to be your weapon. I have done what you asked." "I know," the Tsar said, "and I am grateful. But now the mission is almost complete. The Congress will end soon, and Russia will emerge stronger than ever. Your work here is done." He rose from his chair and walked to the window, staring out at the snow-covered city. "I have decided that it is time for you to step back, to disappear. You have become too powerful, too visible. If the other powers learn what you are, what you can do, they will stop at nothing to destroy you." Varvara stared at him. "You are dismissing me?" "I am releasing you," the Tsar said. "Releasing you from your service. I am giving you your freedom." He turned to face her, and his eyes were filled with something that might have been pity. "You have done enough, Varvara Dmitrievna. You have saved Russia. Now it is time for you to save yourself." Varvara felt the world spin around her. She had given everything, her youth, her innocence, her soul, to this mission. And now the Tsar was telling her that she was no longer needed. "I do not want my freedom," she said. "I want to continue fighting. I want to destroy the Black Dragon once and for all." "The Black Dragon is already destroyed," the Tsar said. "You broke their power in Vienna. The remaining agents are scattered and leaderless. They are no longer a threat." Varvara shook her head. "You do not understand. The Black Dragon is not just a society. It is an idea, a cancer that has spread through the body of Europe. You cannot destroy an idea with a single blow." "Perhaps not," the Tsar said. "But you have done more than anyone could have expected. You have earned your rest." He walked to the desk and pulled out a small leather pouch, heavy with the clink of coins. "This is your reward. Gold. enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Take it. Leave Vienna. Disappear." Varvara stared at the pouch. She did not want gold. She wanted revenge. She wanted to see the black dragon burning, its agents screaming, its power reduced to ash. But she knew that the Tsar was right. She was too powerful, too dangerous. If she continued, she would become the very thing she had been fighting against. She took the pouch, the weight of the gold heavy in her hands. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she said, her voice flat. The Tsar nodded. "Go with my blessing, Varvara Dmitrievna, and know that Russia will always be grateful for what you have done." Varvara rose and walked to the door. As she reached for the handle, she paused. "There is one thing, Your Majesty, something you should know." The Tsar looked at her. "What is it?" "The gauze I wove," Varvara said, "the knot of fate woven from your hair. It is still binding your will to mine. I can undo it, if you wish." The Tsar's eyes widened. "You have been controlling me?" "Not controlling," Varvara said. "Guiding. I have been helping you make the right decisions, the decisions that would protect Russia. But I have never forced you to do anything against your will." The Tsar was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Undo it. I want to be free of all magic, all manipulation. I want to rule with my own mind." Varvara nodded. She reached into her sleeve and found the gauze. She spoke the words of release, felt the power drain from the knot, and felt something break inside her. She had been bound to the Tsar, and now she was free. But she had also been bound to Russia, to her mission, to her purpose, and now that was gone as well. She was alone. "Goodbye, Your Majesty," she said, and she walked out of the room, out of the embassy, out into the cold winter night. Chapter 12. The Frozen Conspiracy. March 1815. The Alps. Varvara fled Vienna in the dead of night, leaving behind the glittering palaces and the scheming diplomats and the ghost of the woman she had once been. She travelled east, through the mountains of Austria, toward the border of the Russian Empire. She did not know where she was going. She only knew that she could not stay. The gold the Tsar had given her was heavy in her saddlebags, but she did not care about the money. She cared about survival. She cared about escape. And she cared about the voice in her blood, which had grown silent in the days since she had left Vienna. She had not heard from the old gods since the night she had destroyed the Black Dragon's ritual. She wondered if they had abandoned her, if they had found another vessel for their power. She wondered if she was finally free. But as she rode through the mountain passes, the snow falling thick and fast around her, she knew that freedom was an illusion. The Black Dragon was still out there, still scheming, still plotting, and she was still the only one who could stop them. The attack came without warning. She was riding through a narrow pass, the mountains rising on either side, when the first shot rang out. The bullet whizzed past her ear, close enough to tear a strand of hair from her head. She spurred her horse forward, crouching low in the saddle, her hand reaching for the dagger at her belt. Another shot rang out, and she felt her horse stumble, felt the animal's life drain away beneath her. She leaped from the saddle as the horse fell, rolling through the snow and coming up with her dagger in her hand. She saw them then, 4 men dressed in black, their faces hidden behind masks of iron and bone. The Black Dragon. They had found her. "Countess," said one of the men, his voice cold and mocking, "we have been waiting for you." Varvara smiled, a cold, predatory smile that did not reach her eyes. "You should have brought more men." She lunged forward, her dagger flashing in the pale light. The first man barely had time to react, before her blade was buried in his throat. He collapsed, gurgling, and she spun to face the next attacker. She killed the second man with a slash across the chest, the third with a stab through the eye. The fourth man backed away, his eyes wide with terror. "Please," he said. "Please, She did not let him finish. She drove her dagger into his heart and watched him fall. The snow was red with blood, the bodies scattered around her like broken dolls. Varvara stood among them, her chest heaving, her hands covered in gore. She had killed them. She had killed them all. But she knew that more would come. The black dragon was relentless. They would not stop until she was dead. She searched the bodies, finding papers and maps and a sealed letter addressed to someone in Prague. The letter was written in code, a code she recognized, the same code used by the Black Dragon's agents in Vienna. She broke the code quickly, her mind racing as she read the contents. The Russian spy has escaped. She is heading east through the Alps. Intercept her at all costs. The Ostpolitik must succeed. Russia must be destroyed. Varvara felt a cold fury rise within her. The Ostpolitik. The plan to destroy Russia. It was still alive, still active. The Black Dragon had not been defeated. They had merely been delayed. She had to stop them. She had to destroy them once and for all. She gathered the papers and tucked them into her coat. Then she began to walk through the snow, heading east toward Russia. She did not look back. The days that followed were a blur of cold and hunger and exhaustion. Varvara walked through the mountains, her body pushed to its limits, her mind focused on a single goal: survival. She found shelter in caves and abandoned farmhouses, eating what she could find, roots and berries and the occasional rabbit she caught with her bare hands. She was becoming something feral, something wild, something that had left humanity behind. And the voice in her blood began to speak again. "You are strong," it whispered. "You are powerful. You are the shield of Russia. You cannot rest. You cannot stop. You must keep fighting." Varvara listened to the voice, let it guide her through the mountains. It was the only thing that kept her going, the only thing that gave her purpose. She reached the border of Austria and crossed into Bohemia, then into Moravia, heading toward the Russian border. She was days away from safety, days away from home. And then she found them. They were camped in a valley, a small army of Black Dragon agents, their tents clustered around a central fire. There were dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, all of them gathered for a single purpose: the final ritual. The ritual that would destroy Russia once and for all. Varvara watched them from a ridge, her eyes scanning the camp. She could see the altar, the sacrifices, the agents chanting in their ancient language. She could feel the power gathering, a dark and terrible energy that made her blood run cold. She had to stop them. She had to destroy them all. But she was alone. One woman against an army of fanatics. She reached into her pocket and found the gauze she had woven, the one that bound the fate of Russia. She held it in her hands, feeling the power pulse through it. She spoke the words that Mstislav had taught her, the words that were older than the Russian language, older than the Christian faith. "Moroz," she whispered. "Moroz smrti, moroz dushi, moroz vsego." Frost, the words meant. Frost of death, frost of the soul, frost of everything. She felt the power surge through her, felt the cold gather in her hands. She raised them to the sky, and she felt the temperature drop. The snow began to fall faster, thicker, the wind howling through the valley. The agents below looked up, their faces confused, their chanting faltering. And then the cold struck. It was a cold beyond cold, a cold that seeped into the bones and froze the blood in the veins. The agents screamed and tried to run, but their legs would not move. Their fingers, their toes, their eyes, all froze solid, turning to ice. Varvara watched from the ridge as the camp became a graveyard, the bodies of the Black Dragon agents frozen in place, their faces twisted in terror and pain. She had done it. She had destroyed them all. But she did not feel victorious. She felt empty, hollow, as if something vital had been drained from her. She looked down at her hands. The symbols were still there, glowing faintly in the darkness. But they were fading, the power leaving her. She had used too much. She had pushed too far. The old gods were leaving her, their power draining away. She was no longer the shield of Russia. She was just a woman, alone in the snow, surrounded by the bodies of her enemies. She fell to her knees, the cold seeping into her bones. She could feel her life slipping away, feel the darkness closing in. And then she felt a hand on her shoulder, warm and strong. "Varvara," said a voice, familiar and beloved. "Varvara, I am here." She looked up and saw Jean-Pierre Dubois, his face pale but alive, his eyes filled with love and concern. "How did you find me?" she whispered. "I followed you," he said. "I have been following you since Vienna. I knew you would need me." He knelt beside her, wrapping his arms around her. "I am here, Varvara. I will always be here." Varvara leaned into him, letting the warmth of his body seep into her cold skin. "I am tired," she said. "I am so tired." "I know," Jean-Pierre said. "Rest now. I will take care of you." She closed her eyes and let the darkness take her, knowing that she was safe. For the first time in months, she was safe. Chapter 13. The Cult of Velez. April 1815. The Russian frontier. Varvara woke in a small cabin, the smell of wood smoke and pine filling her lungs. She was warm, wrapped in furs, and a fire crackled in the hearth. Jean-Pierre sat beside her, watching her with tired eyes. "You are awake," he said. "I was beginning to worry." "How long have I been asleep?" Varvara asked, her voice hoarse. 3 days, Jean-Pierre said. "You were close to death, Varvara. The cold, the exhaustion, the magic, it nearly killed you." Varvara pushed herself up, her body aching with every movement. "Where are we?" "The Russian frontier," Jean-Pierre said. "We crossed the border yesterday. You are safe now." Varvara felt a surge of relief. She was home. She was finally home. She looked around the cabin, taking in the rough-hewn walls, the simple furniture, the furs that covered the floor. It was a hunter's cabin, she realized, a place of refuge for those who traveled the wilderness. "How did you find this place?" she asked. "I did not find it," Jean-Pierre said. "It found us. An old man, a Volk, I think, brought us here. He said he had been waiting for you." Varvara felt a chill run down her spine. An old man? White hair, pale blue eyes? Jean-Pierre nodded. "He called himself Mstislav. He said you would know him." Varvara rose from the bed, ignoring the protests of her body. "Where is he? I need to speak with him." "He is outside," Jean-Pierre said. "He has been waiting for you to wake." Varvara walked to the door and pushed it open, stepping out into the cold spring air. The forest stretched around her, ancient and vast, the trees reaching toward a sky that was pale and bright. Mstislav sat on a fallen log, his gnarled staff in his hands, his pale blue eyes fixed on her. "Little princess," he said, and there was warmth in his voice. "You have returned." "I have returned," Varvara said, "but I am not the same woman who left." "No," Mstislav said, "you are not. You have become something more, something powerful, something dangerous." Varvara walked toward him, her steps unsteady. "I destroyed the Black Dragon," she said. "I stopped the Ostpolitik. Russia is safe." "For now," Mstislav said. "But the Black Dragon is not a single enemy. It is a hydra. Cut off one head, and two more will grow in its place." Varvara felt a surge of despair. Then what was the point? What was the point of everything I did? Mstislav rose from the log and walked toward her, his hand reaching out to touch her face. The point was to buy time, to give Russia a chance to grow strong, to prepare for the battles to come. "You have done that, little princess. You have given Russia the greatest gift of all, the gift of survival." Varvara felt tears slide down her cheeks. "I do not know if I can keep fighting," she said. "I am so tired." "I know," Mstislav said. "That is why I have brought you here, to rest, to heal, to remember who you are." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small leather pouch. He opened it and tipped its contents into his palm. A small carved amulet, made of bone and silver, its surface covered with symbols. "This is the amulet of Veles," he said, "the god of the underworld, the god of the dead. It will give you the power to speak with those who have passed beyond the veil." Varvara stared at the amulet. "Why would I need that power?" "Because the dead have knowledge that the living do not," Mstislav said. "They know the secrets of the Black Dragon. They know the names of the traitors who still walk among the living. They will help you destroy the Hydra once and for all." Varvara took the amulet, her fingers closing around it. It was warm to the touch, pulsing with a faint, steady heartbeat. "How do I use it?" she asked. "You wear it," Mstislav said, "and you listen. The dead will speak to you in dreams, in visions, in the whispers of the wind. You must trust what they tell you." Varvara slipped the amulet over her head and tucked it beneath her shirt. She felt its power settle into her bones, a familiar warmth that made her feel less alone. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you for everything." Mstislav smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "You are welcome, little princess. Now go. Rest. Heal. And when you are ready, continue the fight." He turned and walked into the forest, disappearing among the trees. Varvara watched him go, the amulet pulsing against her heart. She was not alone. She would never be alone again. That night, Varvara dreamed of the dead. She was standing in a vast field, the grass waving in a wind that she could not feel. The sky above her was dark, the stars scattered like diamonds across the velvet blackness. And before her stood a figure, a young man, dressed in the uniform of a Russian soldier. His face was pale, his eyes empty. "Varvara Dmitrievna," he said, "I have been waiting for you." Varvara stared at him. "Who are you?" "I am a messenger," the soldier said. "I was killed in the war, but I have been sent to give you a warning." "A warning about what?" "The Black Dragon is not dead," the soldier said. "They have retreated, but they have not been destroyed. They are gathering in Moscow, in the shadows of the Kremlin. They are planning something terrible." Varvara felt a chill run down her spine. "What are they planning?" "I do not know," the soldier said, "but you must stop them. You are the only one who can." The soldier began to fade, his form dissolving into the darkness of the dream. Varvara reached out, trying to grab him, but her hands passed through empty air. "Wait," she said. "Wait, please. I need to know more." But the soldier was gone, and Varvara was alone in the darkness. She woke with a start, her heart pounding, the amulet of Velez warm against her skin. The dream had been so vivid, so real. The soldier had given her a warning that the black dragon was gathering in Moscow. She rose from her bed and walked to the window, staring out at the forest. The sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. She had to go to Moscow. She had to stop the black dragon. But she could not go alone. She needed help. She turned to Jean-Pierre, who was still asleep in the bed. She watched him for a moment, his face peaceful in repose, and she felt something stir in her chest. She loved him. She loved him more than she had ever loved anyone. But she could not drag him into the danger that awaited her. She had to protect him, even if it meant leaving him behind. She dressed quickly, in the simple clothes of a peasant woman. She tucked her dagger into her belt, the amulet of Velez into her bodice, and the naus into her sleeve. And then she slipped out of the cabin, into the forest, heading east toward Moscow. She did not look back. Chapter 14. The Poison Kiss. April 1815, Moscow. The journey to Moscow took 3 weeks, a grueling trek through the muddy roads of spring, the forests beginning to bud with new life. Varvara travelled alone, her peasant disguise keeping her safe from the eyes of the Black Dragon's agents. She moved through villages and towns, sleeping in barns and wayside inns, always moving forward, always heading east. She arrived in Moscow on a grey afternoon, the city's golden domes gleaming in the pale sunlight. The Kremlin rose at the heart of the city, its walls ancient and formidable, its towers reaching toward the sky like the fingers of a sleeping giant. The city was still rebuilding from the fires of 1812, the scars of Napoleon's occupation visible everywhere. New buildings rose beside the ruins of old ones, and the streets were filled with the sounds of construction and commerce. Moscow was alive, vibrant, a testament to the resilience of the Russian people. But beneath the surface, Varvara could feel the darkness festering. The amulet of Velez pulsed against her skin, warning her of the danger that lurked in the shadows. The Black Dragon was here, she knew. They were hiding in the heart of the city, planning their next move. She found lodging in a small inn near the Kitaygorod, the merchant quarter. The innkeeper was a fat, jolly man who asked no questions and accepted her gold without comment. She took a room on the top floor, a small space with a window that overlooked the street. That night, she sat in her room and concentrated on the amulet, reaching out with her mind to the spirits of the dead. "Show me," she thought. "Show me where they are hiding." The amulet grew warm, and she felt a presence in the room, a cold, ethereal presence that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. "The Kremlin," a voice whispered. "They are in the Kremlin, beneath the Cathedral of the Archangel, in the crypts." Varvara opened her eyes. The Kremlin, the heart of Russian power. The Black Dragon had infiltrated the very seat of the empire. She rose from her bed and dressed in her darkest clothes, tucking her dagger into her belt and the naus into her sleeve. She slipped out of the inn and made her way through the darkened streets toward the Kremlin walls. The guards were easy to evade, their attention focused on the main gates. Varvara found a section of wall that was less well patrolled and climbed it, her fingers finding purchase in the ancient stone. She dropped into the courtyard and moved through the shadows toward the Cathedral of the Archangel. The cathedral was dark, its doors locked. But Varvara had learned the art of lockpicking in Vienna, and she made short work of the ancient mechanism. She slipped inside, the cold air of the cathedral washing over her. The crypt was beneath the main floor, accessible through a narrow staircase hidden behind the iconostasis. Varvara descended into the darkness, her hand on her dagger, her senses alert. The crypt was vast, its walls lined with the tombs of Russian princes and tsars. The air was cold and damp, heavy with the scent of ancient stone and decay. And in the center of the crypt, gathered around a stone altar, stood the members of the Black Dragon. There were dozens of them, their faces hidden behind masks of iron and bone. They chanted in their ancient language, their voices rising and falling in a rhythm that made Varvara's blood run cold. And at the head of the altar stood a man she recognized, Prince Metternich. He was not wearing a mask. His face was pale and drawn, his eyes burning with a fanatical light. In his hands he held a ceremonial dagger, its blade gleaming with the reflected light of the torches. "The sacrifice," he intoned. "The sacrifice will seal our pact. The sacrifice will bind us to the darkness. The sacrifice will destroy Russia forever." Varvara stepped forward, her voice cutting through the chanting. "Metternich, you are a long way from Vienna." The chanting stopped. The members of the Black Dragon turned to face her, their eyes gleaming with hatred and fear. Metternich smiled, a cold, cruel smile. "Countess von Stern, or should I say, Varvara Orlova Golitsina, I should have known you would find us." "You should have known I would destroy you," Varvara said. "I destroyed you in Vienna. I will destroy you here." Metternich laughed. "You cannot destroy us, Countess. We are immortal. We are eternal. We have been waiting for this moment for centuries." He raised the dagger, preparing to strike the sacrifice. A young woman, bound to the altar, her eyes wide with terror. Varvara acted without thinking. She spoke the words of the old magic, and felt the power surge through her veins. "Tselui smerti," she whispered. "Tselui smerti dla tebia. Tselui smerti dla всех вас." "Kiss of death," the words meant. "Kiss of death for you. Kiss of death for all of you." She reached into her mouth and pulled out a tiny capsule hidden behind her teeth. She bit down on it, and the liquid inside, a poison derived from the death-cap mushroom, filled her mouth. She stepped toward Metternich, her eyes locked on his. "I have something for you, Your Highness. A kiss." She leaned in and pressed her lips to his cheek, the poison transferring from her mouth to his skin. He recoiled, his hand going to his face, his eyes widening with shock. "What have you done?" he demanded. "What have you done to me?" "I have given you a kiss of death," Varvara said. "The poison will kill you in minutes, but first, it will make you tell the truth. It will make you tell me everything." Metternich staggered, his face contorting with pain. "You cannot do this. You cannot—" "I can," Varvara said, "and I will." She reached out and touched his forehead, and she felt his thoughts flow into her mind. She saw the Black Dragon's plans, their agents, their secrets. She saw the names of the traitors who had infiltrated the Russian court, the generals who had been bought, the priests who had been corrupted. And she saw the final plan, a ritual that would destroy the Russian Empire from within, a spell that would tear the fabric of Russian society apart. She pulled her hand away, and Metternich collapsed, unconscious. The members of the Black Dragon stared at her, their faces pale with fear. "You are all under arrest," she said. "The guards are on their way. You will be tried for treason against Russia." She turned and walked out of the crypt, leaving the Black Dragon to their fate. The next morning, Varvara stood before the Tsar in the Grand Kremlin Palace. Alexander I looked tired, his face lined with stress, but his eyes were bright with gratitude. "You have done it, Varvara Dmitrievna," he said. "You have destroyed the Black Dragon. Russia is safe." Varvara nodded, but she did not feel victorious. There are still agents out there, Your Majesty. Traitors in the court, in the army, in the church. The Black Dragon's influence is like a poison. It will take years to purge. I know, the Tsar said, but we have the names now. We have the evidence. We will root them out, one by one. He walked toward her, his hand reaching out to touch her face. You have saved Russia, Varvara Dmitrievna. You have saved us all. Varvara felt a tear slide down her cheek. I only did what was necessary, Your Majesty. No, the Tsar said. You did what was impossible. You have given Russia a future. You have given us hope. He stepped back, his eyes fixing on hers. I have decided to reward you. I am granting you the title of princess and an estate in the countryside. You will live in comfort for the rest of your days. Varvara shook her head. I do not want titles, Your Majesty. I do not want comfort. I want to continue serving Russia. The Tsar studied her for a long moment. You are a remarkable woman, Varvara Dmitrievna. I have never met anyone like you. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small leather pouch. This is for you, a token of my gratitude. Varvara took the pouch and opened it. Inside was a gold coin, stamped with the double-headed eagle of the Romanovs. Keep it, the Tsar said, and remember what you have done for Russia. Varvara closed her hand around the coin, feeling its weight in her palm. She would keep it, she decided. She would keep it as a reminder of what she had sacrificed, what she had become. For the sake of Russia, she would never forget. Chapter 15. The Whisper in a Bottle. May 1815. The road to St. Petersburg. The road to St. Petersburg was long and dusty, the spring rains turning the dirt to mud. Varvara travelled alone, her horse picking its way carefully through the ruts and potholes. She had left Moscow behind, the city's golden domes fading into the distance. She was heading to St. Petersburg, to the Winter Palace, to deliver the final report to the Tsar. The Black Dragon was destroyed, its leaders captured or dead. The Congress of Vienna was over, and Russia had emerged as the dominant power in Europe. But Varvara knew that the fight was not over. The Black Dragon's agents were still out there, still scheming, still plotting, and she would not rest until they were all destroyed. She was riding through a forest when she heard the sound of hoofbeats behind her. She turned and saw a rider approaching, a man in the uniform of a Russian courier, his face flushed with exertion. Princess Orlova Golitsina, he called out. I have a message for you. Varvara reined in her horse and waited for the courier to approach. He handed her a sealed letter, the wax bearing the imperial crest. She broke the seal and read the letter quickly. It was from the Tsar, summoning her to St. Petersburg immediately. The tone was urgent, almost desperate. There has been a development, the letter read. The British have sent a new agent to Constantinople. He carries a message that could plunge us into war. You are the only one who can stop him. Varvara folded the letter and tucked it into her bodice. The British were relentless. They would not stop until Russia was destroyed. She looked at the courier. Where is the British agent now? He is on the road to Constantinople, the courier said. He is 3 days ahead of you. You will never catch him on horseback. Varvara smiled, a cold, determined smile. I will not need a horse. She reached into her saddlebag and pulled out a small leather satchel. Inside was a bottle, a simple glass bottle stoppered with wax. She had prepared it weeks ago for just such an emergency. She uncorked the bottle and whispered the words of the old magic, the words that would carry her message through the water. She felt the power surge through her, felt the bottle grow warm in her hands. Vodyanoi posil, she whispered.
Wodianoj posil dla ciebie. Wodianoj posil dla Rosji. Water messenger, the words meant. Water messenger for you. Water messenger for Russia. She sealed the bottle with the wax and threw it into the river that ran alongside the road. She watched it float away, carried by the current, heading south toward Constantinople. The bottle would reach the Russian fleet in the Black Sea within 3 days. The sailors would find it, read the message, and intercept the British agent before he could deliver his message. The plan would work. It had to work. 3 days later, Varvara arrived in St. Petersburg. She made her way to the Winter Palace, where the Tsar was waiting for her in his private study. "Varvara Dmitrievna," he said, "you are here. I received word that the bottle reached the fleet. The British agent was captured before he could deliver his message. War has been averted." Varvara nodded, but she did not feel relieved. "There will be others, Your Majesty. The British will send more agents. They will not stop until Russia is destroyed." "I know," the Tsar said. "That is why I have a new mission for you." He walked to his desk and pulled out a map, spreading it across the surface. It was a map of Europe, covered in tiny annotations. "The Congress of Vienna is over," the Tsar said, "but the peace is fragile. The powers of Europe are already scheming against us. I need you to go to France, to infiltrate the court of Louis XVIII. The British are planning something that could destroy the balance of power." Varvara studied the map. "What do you need me to do?" "I need you to find out what the British are planning," the Tsar said. "I need you to stop them by any means necessary." Varvara looked up at him. "I will do it, Your Majesty. I will do whatever it takes to protect Russia." The Tsar smiled, and there was something in his eyes that might have been admiration. "You are a remarkable woman, Varvara Dmitrievna. I have never met anyone like you." Varvara felt a warmth spread through her chest. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She took the map and tucked it into her bodice. Then she turned and walked out of the room, heading toward the door. She would go to France. She would infiltrate the court of Louis XVIII, and she would stop the British, whatever it took. For the sake of Russia, she would never stop fighting. Chapter 16. The Fate of Bagration. June 1815, St. Petersburg. The night was warm, the summer air heavy with the scent of lilacs and honeysuckle. Varvara sat in the garden of her small house on the outskirts of St. Petersburg, staring up at the stars. She had been back in Russia for a month, preparing for her mission to France, but she had not been able to stop thinking about Jean-Pierre. He was still in Vienna, she knew, still working as a double agent for the British. She had not heard from him since she had left. She wondered if he was alive. She wondered if he still loved her. She was still lost in thought when she heard a sound behind her, a rustle of leaves, a soft footfall on the grass. She reached for her dagger, but a voice stopped her. "Varvara," said a familiar voice. "It is me." She turned and found Jean-Pierre Dubois standing behind her, his face pale and drawn, his eyes filled with exhaustion. "Jean-Pierre," she said, rising to her feet, "what are you doing here?" "I had to see you," he said. "I had to warn you." "Warn me about what?" "The British are planning to assassinate the Tsar," Jean-Pierre said. "They have agents in St. Petersburg ready to strike. The attack will happen tonight, at the Winter Palace." Varvara felt a cold chill run down her spine. "Why tonight?" "The Tsar is holding a ball," Jean-Pierre said. "All the nobility will be there. The British plan to use the chaos to kill him. They will blame the French and use the war as an excuse to destroy Russia." Varvara's mind raced. She had to stop them.
She had to save the Tsar. "Come with me," she said. "We will stop them together." Jean-Pierre shook his head. "I cannot. I have been discovered. The British know that I am a double agent. They will kill me if they find me." Varvara felt a surge of despair. "Then what can I do?" "Go to the Winter Palace," Jean-Pierre said. "Save the Tsar. And then we will find each other. I promise." He reached out and touched her face, his fingers warm against her skin. "I love you, Varvara. I have always loved you." Varvara felt tears slide down her cheeks. "I love you too, Jean-Pierre. I have always loved you." She kissed him, a desperate, passionate kiss that tasted of salt and sorrow. Then she pulled away, her eyes burning with determination. "I will save the Tsar," she said, "and then I will find you." She turned and ran toward the Winter Palace, her heart pounding with fear and hope. The Winter Palace was ablaze with light, the windows glowing with the warmth of 1,000 candles. Carriages lined the streets, their passengers descending in silks and jewels, their laughter echoing through the night air. Varvara slipped through a servant's entrance, moving through the corridors with the silent grace of a trained assassin. She found the ballroom and scanned the crowd, searching for the Tsar. She found him at the center of the room, surrounded by a cluster of admirers. He was smiling, his face relaxed, unaware of the danger that lurked in the shadows. She moved toward him, her eyes scanning the crowd for the British agents. She saw them then. 2 men, dressed in the uniforms of French diplomats, their eyes fixed on the Tsar. She moved faster, weaving through the crowd, her hand reaching for her dagger. She was close, so close, when she saw one of the men draw a pistol from his coat. "Your Majesty!" she shouted. "Get down!" She threw herself in front of the Tsar as the pistol fired, the bullet striking her in the shoulder. She felt a searing pain, felt the warmth of blood spreading across her gown. But she did not fall. She raised her dagger and threw it, the blade burying itself in the assassin's chest. He collapsed, the pistol falling from his hand. The other assassin tried to flee, but the guards were already upon him, their swords drawn, their faces grim with determination. Varvara sank to her knees, the world spinning around her. She felt the Tsar's hands on her shoulders, felt his voice calling her name. "Varvara! Varvara, stay with me!" She looked up at him, her vision blurring. "I saved you, Your Majesty. I saved Russia." "Yes," the Tsar said. "Yes, you did. You saved us all." Varvara smiled, a weak, trembling smile. "Good," she said. That is all that matters." And then the darkness closed in, and she knew no more. She woke 3 days later, in a bed in the Winter Palace. The Tsar was sitting beside her, his face pale and drawn. "Varvara," he said, "you are awake. I was so worried." Varvara tried to sit up, but the pain in her shoulder stopped her. "What happened? The ball, the assassins?" "They are dead," the Tsar said. "Both of them. You saved my life, Varvara. You saved Russia." Varvara felt a tear slide down her cheek. "What about Jean-Pierre? Did you find him?" The Tsar shook his head. "He is gone. He disappeared after the attack. We have not been able to find him." Varvara closed her eyes, the despair washing over her. She had lost him. She had lost the only man she had ever loved. "Varvara," the Tsar said, "there is something else. Something I have been meaning to tell you." She opened her eyes. "What is it?" The Tsar hesitated, then reached into his coat and pulled out a letter. "I found this in the archives. It is from your father, Prince Dmitry Orlov. It was written shortly before his death. Varvara took the letter, her hands trembling. She unfolded it and read it, her eyes moving across the familiar handwriting. My dearest Varvara, if you are reading this, I am dead. There are things you need to know, things I should have told you long ago. You are not my biological daughter. You were born to a woman named Ekaterina Bagration, the wife of Prince Pyotr Bagration. You were the product of a love affair, a secret that I swore to keep. When Ekaterina died, I took you in and raised you as my own. You are the daughter of Prince Pyotr Bagration, one of the greatest heroes of Russia. His blood flows through your veins, his courage, his honor, his strength. You are not just Varvara Orlova Golitsina, you are Varvara Bagration. You are the heir to a legacy of greatness. I know this will come as a shock, but I want you to know that I loved you as my own daughter, from the moment I first held you in my arms. I could not have been prouder of you, Varvara. You have become the woman I always knew you could be. Always remember who you are. Remember the blood that flows through your veins, and never forget that Russia is in your blood. With all my love, your father, Dmitry Orlov. Varvara stared at the letter, her mind reeling. She was the daughter of Ekaterina Bagration, the daughter of Pyotr Bagration. The ghost who had visited her in Vienna was not just a spirit, he was her father. She looked up at the Tsar, her eyes filled with tears. I am the daughter of Prince Bagration. Yes, the Tsar said, you are. And you carry his legacy, his honor, his courage. You have made him proud, Varvara. You have made us all proud. Varvara felt the tears flow freely. She had always felt like an outsider, a woman without a true family. But now she knew the truth. She was the heir to a legacy of greatness. She was the daughter of Bagration, and she would carry his legacy forward for the rest of her life. Chapter 17. The Pillar of Fire. July 1815, St. Petersburg. Varvara's shoulder healed slowly, the wound leaving a scar that would remain with her for the rest of her life. But she did not mind the scar. It was a reminder of what she had sacrificed, what she had become. She spent the summer in St. Petersburg, recovering from her wound and preparing for her next mission. The Tsar had given her a new assignment: to go to France, to infiltrate the court of Louis XVIII, and to stop the British from destroying the fragile peace of Europe. But before she could leave, there was one last task she had to complete. The Black Dragon's library, hidden in the catacombs beneath the Winter Palace, had been discovered by Benkendorf's agents. It contained thousands of volumes, all of them filled with the secrets of the society. The books needed to be destroyed. The knowledge needed to be erased. Varvara descended into the catacombs, her torch casting flickering shadows on the walls. The library was vast, its shelves lined with ancient manuscripts and forbidden texts. The air was cold and damp, heavy with the scent of decay and ancient dust. She walked through the aisles, her fingers trailing over the spines of the books. She could feel the power emanating from them, the dark energy of the Black Dragon's magic. She had to destroy them. She had to burn them all. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small pouch filled with a special powder that Mstislav had given her. It was made from the ashes of a sacred fire, a fire that had been burning for centuries in the temples of the old gods. She scattered the powder through the library, whispering the words of the old magic. She felt the power surge through her, felt the flames gather in her hands. Ogneny stolp, she whispered. Ogneny stolp ochishenia. Ogneny stolp unichtozhenia. Pillar of fire,
the words meant. Pillar of fire of purification, pillar of fire of destruction. She raised her hands, and the flames leapt from her palms, spreading through the library with a roar. The books caught fire, their pages curling and blackening, their secrets consumed by the flames. The fire burned for 3 days, consuming the library and everything in it. By the time it was done, the catacombs were empty, the knowledge of the Black Dragon erased from the world. Varvara stood in the ashes, her face blackened with soot, her eyes burning with a fierce satisfaction. She had done it. She had destroyed the Black Dragon's legacy. She had protected Russia from the darkness. She turned and walked out of the catacombs, heading toward the sunlight. That night, Varvara sat in her garden, the stars gleaming overhead. She had done so much, sacrificed so much, and yet she knew that the fight was not over. The British were still scheming, the French were still plotting, the forces of darkness were still gathering. But she would not stop. She would never stop. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the gold coin that the Tsar had given her. She turned it over in her hands, watching the light dance across its surface. She would keep it, she decided. She would keep it as a reminder of what she had done, what she had become. She was Varvara Bagration, the daughter of a hero. She was the shield of Russia, and she would never rest until her country was safe. She looked up at the stars, and she thought of Jean-Pierre, the man she loved. She did not know if he was alive or dead. She did not know if she would ever see him again. But she knew that she would never forget him. She would carry him in her heart, always. She rose from her seat and walked into the house, closing the door behind her. Tomorrow, she would leave for France. Tomorrow, the fight would continue. But tonight, she would rest. Tonight, she would dream of Jean-Pierre and the life they had shared, and the future that might have been. Chapter 18. The Congress of Vienna, the finale. September 1815, Vienna. The city of Vienna was transformed. Where once there had been celebration and revelry, now there was tension and suspicion. The great powers of Europe had gathered to decide the fate of the continent, and the air was thick with intrigue. Varvara arrived in the city under a new identity, a minor noblewoman from the Baltic provinces, travelling to Vienna to visit her ailing aunt. She had left her weapons behind, her magic concealed beneath a veneer of respectability. She was here to observe, to listen, to act only when necessary. The Congress was being held in the Hofburg Palace, the ancient seat of the Habsburgs. The Great Hall was filled with delegates from every nation in Europe, their faces grim and determined. The negotiations had been going on for weeks, and tempers were fraying. Varvara stood in the gallery, watching the proceedings below. She could see the Tsar, his face calm and composed, surrounded by his advisers. She could see Metternich, his face pale and drawn, the shadow of his defeat still lingering in his eyes. She could see Castlereagh, his cold eyes scanning the room, his mind already plotting his next move. The fate of Europe hung in the balance. The debate centered on the fate of Saxony. The Prussians wanted to annex the kingdom. The Austrians wanted to divide it, and the Russians wanted to use it as a bargaining chip for their own ambitions. The negotiations had reached a stalemate, and the threat of war hung over the proceedings like a dark cloud. Varvara watched the Tsar, her eyes fixed on his face. She could see the strain in his expression, the weight of the decisions he had to make. She wanted to help him, to guide him, to use the power of the old magic to influence his decisions. But she had promised to let him rule with his own mind. She had undone the gnaws that bound his will to hers. She could not interfere. She could only watch and hope.
The debate continued for days, the delegates arguing and shouting, their voices echoing through the great hall. The Tsar remained calm, his face a mask of composure, but Varvara could see the cracks forming beneath the surface. She was watching from the gallery when she saw Castlereagh approach the Tsar, his face set in a cold smile. "Your Majesty," Castlereagh said, "I have a proposal that I believe will be of interest to you." The Tsar looked at him, his expression wary. "I am listening." "The fate of Saxony is a matter of grave concern to all of us," Castlereagh said. "The Prussians are demanding too much. The Austrians are offering too little. I believe that Russia can serve as a mediator, a neutral party that can broker a compromise." The Tsar's eyes narrowed. "What are you suggesting?" "I am suggesting that you offer to support the Prussian claim to Saxony," Castlereagh said. "In exchange, the Prussians will support your claim to Poland. It is a fair trade, Your Majesty. A fair trade that will benefit all parties." The Tsar was silent for a long moment. Varvara could see the calculations running through his mind, the weighing of options, the assessment of risk. It was a trap, she realized. Castlereagh was offering the Tsar a poisoned gift. If the Tsar accepted, he would alienate the Austrians and the French, turning them against Russia. If he refused, he would alienate the Prussians, losing a valuable ally. It was a no-win situation. Varvara felt the voice in her blood stir. "Use the magic," it whispered. "Use the words. Guide him. Help him see the truth." She had promised not to interfere. But Castlereagh was manipulating the Tsar, using him as a pawn in his own schemes. She could not let that happen. She reached into her sleeve and found the gauze she had woven for this occasion. A knot of clarity, a knot that would help the Tsar see through Castlereagh's lies. She spoke the words, felt the power surge through her, and saw the Tsar's eyes clear. "Thank you for your proposal, Lord Castlereagh," the Tsar said, his voice cold. "But I must decline. Russia will not be used as a pawn in your schemes." Castlereagh's face flushed with anger. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I have made my decision," the Tsar said. "Russia will not support the Prussian claim to Saxony. We will remain neutral in this matter." Castlereagh stared at him, his eyes burning with fury. But there was nothing he could do. The Tsar had spoken, and his word was law. Varvara smiled, a cold, satisfied smile. She had done it. She had guided the Tsar toward the right decision. She had saved Russia. The Congress continued for another month, the delegates wrangling and arguing, the fate of Europe hanging in the balance. But the Tsar held firm, his resolve unshakable. He would not be manipulated, would not be used. And in the end, it was his determination that won the day. The final treaty was signed on October 9th, 1815. The Congress of Vienna had come to an end, and the face of Europe had been remade. Russia emerged as the dominant power on the continent. The Tsar had secured Poland, Finland, and the Baltic states, expanding the empire to its greatest extent. The Black Dragon's plans were in ruins, their agents scattered and broken. Varvara stood in the gallery as the treaty was signed, watching the delegates file out of the great hall. The Tsar was among them, his face radiant with triumph. He caught her eye as he passed, and he nodded, a small, almost imperceptible gesture of gratitude. Varvara nodded back, and she felt a warmth spread through her chest. She had done it. She had saved Russia. Chapter 19. The Betrayal of Benkendorf. October 1815. Vienna. Varvara was preparing to leave Vienna when she received a message from General Benkendorf. He requested a meeting, in private, at his residence in the city. She arrived at his house that evening, her senses alert, her hand on her dagger. Benkendorf was waiting for her in his study, a glass of wine in his hand. "Varvara Dmitrievna," he said, his voice smooth and urbane. "Thank you for coming." "You said it was urgent," Varvara said. "What is it?" Benkendorf set down his wine and walked toward her, his eyes fixed on hers. "I have received some disturbing intelligence. Intelligence that concerns you." Varvara felt a chill run down her spine. "What intelligence?" "I have been told that you are plotting against the Tsar," Benkendorf said. "That you have been using your magic to manipulate him, to control him, to turn him into your puppet." Varvara stared at him. "That is absurd. I would never do such a thing." "Wouldn't you?" Benkendorf's eyes were cold. "I know what you are, Varvara Dmitrievna. I know the power that sleeps in your blood, and I know that power corrupts." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The Tsar is a good man, a just man, but he is weak. He is easily influenced. And you have the power to influence him, to bend him to your will. I cannot allow that." Varvara felt a cold fury rise within her. "You do not trust me." "I trust no one," Benkendorf said. "Especially not a woman who has the power to destroy nations." He reached into his coat and pulled out a pistol, aiming it at her chest. "I am sorry, Varvara Dmitrievna, but I must do what is necessary for the good of Russia." Varvara stared down the barrel of the pistol, her mind racing. She had trained for this, prepared for this, but she had never expected Benkendorf to betray her. "Put down the weapon," she said, her voice calm. "We can talk about this." "There is nothing to talk about," Benkendorf said. "You are a danger to Russia, and I will not allow you to continue." He pulled the trigger, but Varvara was faster. She spoke the words of the old magic, felt the power surge through her. The pistol misfired, the bullet burying itself in the wall behind her. Benkendorf stared at her, his eyes wide with shock. "What have you done?" "I have protected myself," Varvara said. "I have done what I have always done. I have survived." She reached out and touched his forehead, felt his thoughts flow into her mind. She saw his fears, his doubts, his ambitions. She saw the plot he had been planning, the scheme to have her assassinated and to blame it on the French. "You have been working against me," she said. "You have been plotting to have me killed." "I am protecting Russia," Benkendorf said, his voice trembling. "I am doing what must be done." "You are doing what you believe is right," Varvara said. "But you are wrong. I am not the enemy. The Black Dragon is the enemy, and I have already destroyed them." She pulled her hand away, and Benkendorf collapsed to his knees, his face pale with shock. "What are you going to do to me?" he whispered. Varvara looked down at him, and she felt something that might have been pity. "I am going to let you live. You have served Russia well, in your own way. But if you ever try to harm me again, I will not be so merciful." She turned and walked out of the room, leaving him kneeling on the floor. She had survived. She had survived another attempt on her life. But she knew that she could not stay in Vienna. She had to leave. She had to disappear. For the sake of Russia, she had to vanish. Chapter 20. The Gold of the Emperor. November 1815. Gatchina. The journey to Gatchina took 3 days, the roads muddy and treacherous with the onset of winter. Varvara travelled alone, her horse picking its way carefully through the ruts and potholes. The Tsar's palace at Gatchina was a vast neoclassical mansion surrounded by gardens and lakes. The snow was falling, soft and silent, blanketing the grounds in white. Varvara was shown into the Tsar's private study, a warm room with a crackling fire. The Tsar was waiting for her, his face drawn and tired. "Varvara Dmitrievna," he said, "thank you for coming." "Your Majesty," Varvara said, "you wished to see me?" The Tsar nodded. "I have heard about the incident with Benkendorf. I am sorry that he tried to harm you." Varvara shook her head. "It was not his fault. He was trying to protect you. He believed that I was a danger." "Perhaps you are," the Tsar said, "but that does not change what you have done for Russia. You have saved my life, saved the empire, saved the future of our people." He rose from his chair and walked toward her, his eyes fixed on hers. "I am grateful, Varvara Dmitrievna. I am grateful for everything you have done." Varvara felt a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what was necessary, Your Majesty." "No," the Tsar said. "You did what was impossible. You have given Russia a future. You have given us hope." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small leather pouch, heavy with the clink of coins. "This is for you, a token of my gratitude." Varvara took the pouch and opened it. Inside were gold coins stamped with the double-headed eagle of the Romanovs. There were hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. "Your Majesty," she said, "this is too much." "It is not enough," the Tsar said. "You have given Russia everything. You have given us your youth, your innocence, your soul. This is the least I can do." Varvara felt tears slide down her cheeks. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for everything." The Tsar nodded, his eyes filled with sadness. "There is one more thing, Varvara Dmitrievna. Something I must ask of you." Varvara looked at him. "What is it?"
"I need you to disappear," the Tsar said. "You have become too powerful, too dangerous. If the other powers learn what you can do, what you have done, they will stop at nothing to destroy you. I cannot allow that." Varvara felt a cold chill run down her spine. "You are sending me away." "I am protecting you," the Tsar said. "I am giving you a chance to live, to be free. Take the gold. Go somewhere far away, somewhere no one will find you. Leave Russia behind." Varvara stared at him, her mind reeling. She had given everything to Russia, and now Russia was casting her out. "I will go," she said, her voice flat. "I will disappear." The Tsar nodded, and there was something in his eyes that might have been pity. "I am sorry, Varvara Dmitrievna. I am sorry that it has come to this." Varvara turned and walked out of the room, the gold heavy in her hands. She had saved Russia, and now she was being cast out. But she would not give up. She would find a way to survive. She would find a way to continue the fight. For the sake of Russia, she would never stop. Chapter 21. The Pursuit Through the Alps. December 1815. The Alps. The snow was falling, thick and fast, as Varvara rode through the mountain passes of the Alps. She had left Gatchina in the dead of night, her horse carrying her south toward the border. The Tsar's gold was heavy in her saddlebags, but she did not care about the money. She cared about survival. She cared about escape. She had been riding for 3 days when she heard the sound of hoofbeats behind her. She turned and saw a column of riders, their faces hidden beneath the hoods of their cloaks. Benkendorf's men. They had found her. She spurred her horse forward, leaning low in the saddle, her heart pounding with fear.
The riders gave chase, their horses thundering through the snow. She reached a narrow pass, the mountains rising on either side. She had to lose them, had to find a way to escape. She spoke the words of the old magic, felt the power surge through her. She raised her hand, and the wind began to howl, the snow swirling around her like a blizzard. The riders were blinded, their horses panicking, their pursuit slowing. Varvara rode through the storm, her horses' hooves finding the path where others could not. She reached the top of the pass and looked back. The riders were nowhere to be seen. She had lost them. But she knew that they would not give up. They would keep chasing her, keep hunting her, until she was dead. She had to find a place to hide, a place where no one would find her. She looked ahead, at the peaks of the Alps rising against the grey sky. She had heard stories of a monastery, high in the mountains, where travellers could find refuge. She would go there. She would find safety. She rode on, the snow falling around her like a shroud. The monastery was a small stone building, perched on a ledge high above the valley. The monks who lived there were silent and austere, their faces hidden beneath the hoods of their robes. Varvara was shown into a small cell, a narrow room with a bed and a table and a candle that guttered in the draught from the window. The monk who had received her spoke in a language she did not understand, but she understood the gesture he made, a gesture of welcome, of safety. She had found refuge. She spent the night in the cell, her thoughts consumed by the events of the past months. She had saved Russia, but she had lost everything. Her home, her friends, the man she loved. She was alone. She was always alone. But she would not give up. She would find a way to survive. She would find a way to continue the fight. For the sake of Russia, she would never stop. The next morning, Varvara woke to find a young monk standing at her door. He was holding a letter, the wax bearing the imperial crest. "Princess Orlova Golitsina," he said, "this arrived for you." Varvara took the letter and broke the seal. She read it quickly, her eyes moving across the familiar handwriting. It was from the Tsar. "My dearest Varvara, I have reconsidered my decision. I cannot cast you out. You have done too much for Russia. You have given too much of yourself. I am recalling you to St. Petersburg. There is a new mission, one that requires your unique talents. The Black Dragon is not destroyed. They have gathered in Prague, under the leadership of a new leader. You are the only one who can stop them. Please come back to me, Varvara. Please come back to Russia. Your friend, Alexander." Varvara stared at the letter, her mind racing. The Black Dragon was not destroyed. They had gathered in Prague, under a new leader. She had to go. She had to stop them. She folded the letter and tucked it into her bodice. She gathered her belongings and made her way to the monastery's stables. She would go to Prague. She would destroy the Black Dragon, once and for all. For the sake of Russia, she would never give up. Chapter 22. Return to Russia. January 1816. The road to St. Petersburg. The journey from the Alps to St. Petersburg took 6 weeks, the winter roads treacherous and cold. Varvara travelled alone, her horse picking its way through the snow-covered forests and frozen rivers. She had left the monastery behind, the memory of the monks' silent hospitality fading with each passing mile. She arrived in St. Petersburg on a grey January morning, the city's golden domes gleaming in the pale winter sunlight. The Neva was frozen solid, its surface covered with the tracks of sleighs and skaters. The air was cold and sharp, the kind of cold that made your lungs ache with every breath. She made her way to the Winter Palace, her heart pounding with anticipation. The Tsar had summoned her. He had a new mission for her, a mission that would take her to Prague, to the heart of the Black Dragon's power. She was shown into the Tsar's private study, the familiar room with its books and maps and crackling fire. The Tsar was waiting for her, his face tired but welcoming. "Varvara Dmitrievna," he said, "you came back." "I came back, Your Majesty," Varvara said. "I received your letter. The Black Dragon has gathered in Prague?" The Tsar nodded. "They have, under a new leader, a man called von Hesse. He is a German nobleman, a former general in Napoleon's army. He has gathered the remnants of the society and is planning a new attack on Russia." Varvara felt a cold fury rise within her. "What are they planning?" "We do not know," the Tsar said. "That is why I need you to go to Prague, to infiltrate their ranks, to find out what they are planning and stop them." Varvara nodded. "I will go, Your Majesty. I will stop them." The Tsar smiled, and there was something in his eyes that might have been pride. "I knew I could count on you, Varvara Dmitrievna. You are the best agent I have ever had." Varvara felt a warmth spread through her chest. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She turned to leave, but the Tsar's voice stopped her. "There is one more thing, Varvara Dmitrievna. Something I have been meaning to tell you." She turned back. "What is it?" The Tsar hesitated, then reached into his desk and pulled out a small velvet box. He opened it to reveal a ring, a simple gold band set with a single emerald. "This was your mother's," he said. "Ekaterina Bagration's. She wore it always until the day she died. I have been keeping it for you, waiting for the right moment to give it to you." Varvara stared at the ring, her eyes filling with tears. She reached out and took it, her fingers trembling. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she whispered. "Thank you." The Tsar nodded. "She would have been proud of you, Varvara. She would have been so proud." Varvara slipped the ring onto her finger, the gold warm against her skin. She felt a connection to her mother, a bond that transcended death. She would carry her mother's memory with her, always. She turned and walked out of the room, her heart full of love and purpose. Chapter 23. The Tiger Beckons. February 1816. St. Petersburg. The days before her departure for Prague were filled with preparation. Varvara met with Benkendorf, who had been reinstated after his failed attempt on her life. They had reached an uneasy truce, a mutual understanding that they were both working for the same purpose, the protection of Russia. "You will be travelling under a new identity," Benkendorf said, spreading a map across the table. "A German noblewoman, the Countess von Altenburg. You will be travelling to Prague to visit your sister, who is married to a minor Austrian official." Varvara studied the map. "What about the Black Dragon? How will I find them?" "We have an agent inside," Benkendorf said. "A man named Heinrich Vogel. He will contact you when you arrive. He will give you the information you need." Varvara nodded. "And the mission? What exactly am I supposed to do?" Benkendorf's eyes were cold. "You are supposed to destroy them, by any means necessary." Varvara felt the weight of his words settle on her shoulders. She had done this before. She could do it again. But she was tired, so tired. That night, she sat alone in her room, the emerald ring gleaming on her finger. She thought of her mother, Ekaterina Bagration, the woman she had never known. She thought of her father, Pyotr Bagration, the hero who had died at Borodino. She thought of Jean-Pierre, the man she loved, the man she might never see again. She was alone. She was always alone. But she would not give up. She would not stop fighting. For the sake of Russia, she would never stop. The next morning, Varvara received a visitor. It was an old man, his face lined with age, his eyes pale blue and knowing. Mstislav. Little princess, he said, his voice warm with affection. You are leaving again. Varvara nodded. I'm going to Prague. The Black Dragon has gathered there. I must stop them. Mstislav smiled, a sad, knowing smile. You have done so much, Varvara. You have given so much of yourself. When will you rest? I will rest when Russia is safe, Varvara said. When the Black Dragon is destroyed. Mstislav reached into his coat and pulled out a small leather pouch. He opened it to reveal a handful of small bones, carved with ancient symbols. These are the bones of the first Volkvi, he said. The ones who taught the gods to speak. They have been in my family for generations. I want you to have them. Varvara stared at the bones. I cannot take these. They are too precious. You are more precious, Mstislav said. You are the hope of Russia. You must survive. You must continue the fight. He pressed the pouch into her hands. Use them wisely, little princess, and always remember who you are. Varvara felt tears slide down her cheeks. Thank you, Mstislav. Thank you for everything. The old man nodded, and then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the morning. Varvara clutched the pouch to her chest, the bones warm against her skin. She was not alone. She would never be alone. The day of her departure arrived, cold and grey. Varvara stood at the window of her room, staring out at the frozen Neva. The city was waking, its streets filling with merchants and nobles and servants, all of them going about their daily lives. She was leaving it all behind. She was going to Prague, to the heart of the enemy. She picked up her bag and walked to the door. She was about to leave when she heard a voice behind her. Varvara? She turned and found Jean-Pierre Dubois standing in the doorway, his face pale and drawn. Jean-Pierre, she said, what are you doing here? I came to see you, he said. I came to tell you that I am coming with you. Varvara shook her head. No, you cannot. It is too dangerous. I do not care, Jean-Pierre said. I love you, Varvara. I will not let you face this alone. He walked toward her, his eyes burning with determination. I have been running for too long. Running from the Black Dragon, running from my past, running from my feelings for you. I am done running. Varvara felt tears slide down her cheeks. Jean-Pierre, He silenced her with a kiss, his lips warm against hers. She melted into his embrace, her heart pounding with love and fear. Let me come with you, he whispered. Let me help you. Let me protect you. Varvara looked into his eyes, and she saw the truth there. He loved her. He would do anything for her. All right, she said. Come with me. Chapter 24. The Farewell to the World. March 1816. Prague. Prague was a city of shadows and secrets, its ancient streets winding through the darkness like the veins of a sleeping giant. The Vltava River flowed through the heart of the city, its waters dark and cold, reflecting the lights of the bridges and the palaces. Varvara arrived under the name of Countess von Altenburg, accompanied by her brother, Jean-Pierre. They took rooms in a small hotel near the old town square, their windows overlooking the ancient astronomical clock. The first weeks were spent gathering intelligence, learning the rhythms of the city, identifying the agents of the Black Dragon. Varvara moved through the streets like a ghost, her eyes and ears open, her mind focused on her mission. She found the Black Dragon's headquarters in the cellars of an old monastery, hidden beneath the streets of the old town. The monastery had been abandoned for years, its walls crumbling, its courtyards overgrown with weeds. But beneath it, in the ancient crypts, the black dragon was gathering. Varvara watched the monastery for days, tracking the comings and goings of its occupants. She saw von Hesse, the new leader, a tall man with cold eyes and a cruel smile. She saw the other agents, their faces hidden behind masks of iron and bone. She saw the rituals, the chants, the sacrifices. And she saw the plan. The Black Dragon was planning to assassinate the Tsar during his visit to Prague. The Tsar was coming to the city for a meeting with the Austrian Emperor, a meeting that would seal the alliance between their two nations. The Black Dragon intended to kill him and blame the Austrians, plunging Europe into a war that would destroy Russia. Varvara had to stop them. She returned to the hotel and told Jean-Pierre everything. "We have to stop them," she said. "We have to destroy the Black Dragon once and for all." Jean-Pierre nodded, his face grim. "How?" "I have a plan," Varvara said. A ritual that will destroy them all." She reached into her bag and pulled out the pouch of bones that Mstislav had given her. She opened it and tipped the bones onto the table, arranging them in a pattern. "These bones are the bones of the first Volkvi," she said. "They contain the power of the old gods. If I use them correctly, I can destroy the Black Dragon's ritual and turn their power back upon them." Jean-Pierre looked at the bones, his face pale. "It is dangerous. If you fail—" "I will not fail," Varvara said. "I cannot fail. Russia depends on it." She looked at him, her eyes filled with love and determination. "I need you to help me, Jean-Pierre. I need you to be my anchor, my guide. If I lose myself in the ritual, you must bring me back." Jean-Pierre nodded. "I will do it. I will do anything for you." Varvara felt a tear slide down her cheek. "I love you, Jean-Pierre. I have always loved you." "I love you too, Varvara," he said. "I will always love you." The ritual was held on the night of the Tsar's visit, in the catacombs beneath the monastery. The Black Dragon was gathered, their voices rising in the ancient chant, their eyes fixed on the altar where the sacrifice lay. Varvara slipped into the catacombs, Jean-Pierre at her side. She carried the bones of the Volkvi in her hands, the symbols on her palms glowing with a faint, steady light. She spoke the words of the ritual, the words that Mstislav had taught her, the words that were older than the Russian language, older than the Christian faith. "Sila Predkov," she whispered. "Sila Zemli, Sila Rossi, Sila Vsego." Power of the ancestors, the words meant. Power of the earth, power of Russia, power of everything. She felt the power surge through her, felt the bones grow warm in her hands. The symbols on her palms blazed with white-hot fire, and the light filled the catacombs, blinding and terrible. The Black Dragon screamed and tried to flee, but it was too late. The power was upon them, consuming them, destroying them. Von Hesse was the last to fall, his face twisted with rage and fear. "You cannot destroy us," he screamed. "We are immortal. We are eternal." "You are nothing," Varvara said. "You are dust. You are ash. You are forgotten." She spoke the final words, and the power surged through her, a wave of pure energy that swept through the catacombs and destroyed everything in its path. When it was over, the Black Dragon was gone. The catacombs were empty, the bodies of the agents reduced to ash and bone. Varvara collapsed to her knees, the bones falling from her hands. She was exhausted, drained, her body trembling with the effort of the ritual. Jean-Pierre was beside her, his arms around her, his voice soft and soothing. "It is over," he said. "It is finally over." Varvara looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. "Yes," she said, It is over. She leaned into him, her head on his chest, and for the first time in months, she felt at peace. Chapter 25. The Gold in the Barrel. April 1816. The Altai Mountains. The journey to the Altai Mountains took 2 months, the spring thaw turning the roads to mud. Varvara and Jean-Pierre travelled together, their horses carrying them eastward, toward the distant peaks of the great mountain range. Varvara had decided to disappear. She had done what she had come to do. The Black Dragon was destroyed, its agents dead, its power broken. Russia was safe. But she could not go back to St. Petersburg. She was too powerful, too dangerous. If she returned, she would only bring trouble to the Tsar, to the Empire, to the people she loved. She had to disappear. She had to vanish into the wilderness where no one would find her. And she had taken the gold with her. The Tsar's gold was still in her saddlebags, heavy and clinking, a reminder of everything she had sacrificed. She had decided to hide it, to bury it in 3 different locations in the Altai Mountains. It would be her legacy, a gift to Russia for the times when it needed help the most. She chose the locations carefully, guided by the amulet of Veles and the voice in her blood. The first cache was hidden in a cave high in the mountains, the second at the bottom of a frozen lake, the third beneath the roots of an ancient larch tree. She buried the gold with her own hands, her fingers scraping against the cold earth, her heart heavy with the weight of her decision. When it was done, she stood and looked out at the mountains, their peaks gleaming in the late afternoon sun. "It is done," she said. "The gold is hidden. Russia will have it when she needs it." Jean-Pierre came to stand beside her, his hand finding hers. "Are you sure about this, Varvara? Are you sure you want to disappear?" Varvara looked at him, her eyes filled with sadness. "I have no choice, Jean-Pierre. I am too dangerous to live among the people I love. If I stay, I will only bring trouble to Russia." Jean-Pierre squeezed her hand. "Then I will come with you. I will disappear with you." Varvara shook her head. "No, you have a life to live, a future. You cannot throw that away for me." "I do not care about the future," Jean-Pierre said. "I care about you. I love you, Varvara, and I will not let you face this alone." Varvara felt tears slide down her cheeks. "I love you too, Jean-Pierre. I have always loved you." She kissed him, a desperate, passionate kiss that tasted of salt and sorrow. And then she pulled away, her eyes burning with determination. "Come with me," she said. "Come with me into the wilderness. We will find a place where no one will find us. We will be free." Jean-Pierre nodded. "I will come with you. I will follow you to the ends of the earth." Chapter 26. The Hunters for the Inheritance. December 1825, St. Petersburg. 9 years had passed since Varvara had disappeared into the wilderness. The world had changed, the old order crumbling and reforming. The Tsar, Alexander I, had died, and his brother Nicholas had taken the throne. The new Tsar was a different man, hard and uncompromising. He had learned about Varvara from the Tsar's old papers, the letters and reports that detailed her exploits. He knew what she had done, what she had become, and he wanted to use her. The Decembrist revolt had shaken the empire to its core. The officers who had led the rebellion were preparing to strike, their plans already in motion. Nicholas needed a weapon, a tool that could stop the uprising before it began. He needed Varvara. He sent his agents into the wilderness, into the taiga and the mountains, searching for the woman who had vanished 9 years ago. They searched for months, their efforts fruitless, their resources exhausted. And then, at last, they found her. She was living in a small cabin in the heart of the Altai Mountains, her face lined with age, her hair streaked with grey. She had found peace, a quiet life with the man she loved. But the agents had found her, and they had delivered the Tsar's message. Varvara sat on her porch, the letter in her hands, her eyes scanning the words. Varvara Dmitrievna, I am writing to you as the new Tsar of Russia. I have learned of your exploits, your sacrifices, your service to the empire. I am in need of your help. The Decembrists are planning to overthrow the government, to destroy everything that my brother worked so hard to build. I need you to come back to St. Petersburg. I need you to stop them. I know that you have left this world behind. I know that you have found peace. But I am asking you to sacrifice that peace, one last time, for the sake of Russia. Please, Varvara Dmitrievna, please help me. Your Tsar, Nicholas I. Varvara folded the letter and set it aside. She looked out at the mountains, the peaks gleaming in the morning light. She had found peace. She had found a life with Jean-Pierre, a simple life of love and quiet contentment. She did not want to give that up. But Russia needed her. The empire was in danger, and she could not turn her back. She looked at Jean-Pierre, who was standing in the doorway of the cabin. I have to go, she said. I have to help them. Jean-Pierre nodded, his face sad but understanding. I know. I have always known. Varvara rose from her chair and walked toward him. Come with me. Come with me to St. Petersburg. Jean-Pierre shook his head. I cannot. I am not the man I once was. I would only be a burden. Varvara felt tears slide down her cheeks. I love you, Jean-Pierre. I have always loved you. I love you too, Varvara, he said. I will always love you. He kissed her, a long, slow kiss that tasted of goodbye. And then she turned and walked away, heading toward the road that would take her back to civilization. She did not look back. Chapter 27. The Conspiracy for Eternity. January 1826, St. Petersburg. Varvara arrived in St. Petersburg on a cold January morning, the city buried beneath a blanket of snow. The Winter Palace was a fortress, its walls lined with guards, its windows dark with the shadows of suspicion. She was shown into the Tsar's private study, the familiar room with its books and maps and crackling fire. Nicholas I was waiting for her, his face hard and determined. Varvara Dmitrievna, he said, thank you for coming.
Your Majesty, Varvara said. I came as soon as I could.
Nicholas nodded. The Decembrists are planning to strike on the 14th of December. They have gathered their forces, their arms, their allies. They will march on the Winter Palace and demand a new government. Varvara nodded. What do you need me to do? Nicholas smiled, a cold, ruthless smile. I need you to destroy them. I need you to use your magic, your power, to stop the uprising before it begins. Varvara shook her head. I cannot do that, Your Majesty. My magic is not for internal conflicts. It is for protecting Russia from outside threats. Nicholas's eyes narrowed. The Decembrists are a threat to Russia. They want to destroy the empire. They are Russians, Varvara said. They are my people. I will not use my power against them. She rose from her chair. I am sorry, Your Majesty, but I cannot help you. She turned and walked out of the room, leaving the Tsar staring after her. She left St. Petersburg that night, slipping through the shadows like a ghost. She had refused the Tsar's request, and she knew that he would not forgive her. She had to disappear again. She had to vanish into the wilderness, where no one would find her. She rode east, toward the Altai Mountains, toward the life she had left behind. She did not know if Jean-Pierre was still waiting for her. She did not know if he would forgive her for leaving. But she had to try. Chapter 28. The Last Mission. June 1826. The Altai Mountains. The cabin was still standing, its windows dark, its door closed. Varvara dismounted and walked up the path, her heart pounding with hope and fear. She opened the door and stepped inside. Jean-Pierre was sitting at the table, a candle flickering before him. He looked up as she entered, and his face broke into a smile. "Varvara," he said, "you came back." "I came back," Varvara said. "I could not stay away." She walked toward him, and he rose to meet her. They embraced, their bodies pressed together, their hearts beating as one. "I love you, Jean-Pierre," she whispered. "I will never leave you again." "I love you too, Varvara," he said. "I will never let you go." The next weeks were peaceful, a time of rest and recovery. Varvara spent her days tending the garden, her nights with Jean-Pierre, their love a balm for the wounds of the past. But she knew that the peace could not last. She was still a target. The Black Dragon was destroyed, but there were other enemies, other threats. And as long as she was alive, Russia would never be truly safe. She had to protect the future. She had to leave behind a legacy that would protect Russia for generations to come. She wrote the Black Book, a collection of spells and incantations, of spietoggles and secret techniques. It was her gift to the future, a tool that would help Russia survive the coming storms. She hid it in the hollow of a larch tree, deep in the forest, where no one would find it. And then she waited. The British agent found her 3 months later. He was a tall man, with cold eyes and a cruel smile. He had been tracking her for years, following the trail of her exploits, waiting for the moment to strike. "Countess von Stern," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "I have found you at last." Varvara looked at him, her hand on her dagger. "Who are you?" "I am the one who will kill you," he said. "I am the one who will destroy the shield of Russia." He raised his pistol, aiming it at her heart. Varvara smiled, a cold, knowing smile. "You should have brought more men." She spoke the words of the old magic, felt the power surge through her. The earth beneath the British agent's feet began to churn, to swallow him whole. He screamed and tried to run, but it was too late. The Targ's embrace was complete, and he was dragged down into the darkness. Varvara stood over the spot where he had disappeared, her eyes cold and hard. She had protected Russia. She had done what she had to do. She turned and walked back to the cabin, where Jean-Pierre was waiting. Chapter 29. The Disappearance. August 1826. The Altai Mountains. The morning was clear and cold, the sun rising over the peaks of the Altai Mountains. Varvara stood on the porch of the cabin, her eyes fixed on the horizon. She had made her decision. She had done what she had come to do. She had saved Russia, destroyed the Black Dragon, protected the empire from its enemies. She had earned her rest. But she knew that she would never truly be at peace. The power that slept in her blood was too strong, too dangerous. She could never be a normal woman, never live a normal life. She had to leave. She had to vanish from the world, to become a legend, a ghost, a memory. She turned to Jean-Pierre, who was standing in the doorway of the cabin. "I have to go," she said. "I have to disappear." Jean-Pierre nodded, his face sad but understanding. "I know. I have always known." Varvara walked toward him, her eyes filled with tears. "I love you, Jean-Pierre. I have always loved you." "I love you too, Varvara," he said. "I will always love you." He kissed her, a long, slow kiss that tasted of goodbye. And then she turned and walked away, heading into the forest toward the sunrise. She did not look back. She walked through the forest, her footsteps silent on the fallen leaves. The trees were ancient and tall, their branches reaching toward the sky. She found the larch tree where she had hidden the black book. She touched its bark, her fingers tracing the symbols she had carved there. She spoke the words of the old magic, felt the power surge through her. She raised her hands to the sky and felt the world shift around her. She was disappearing. She was becoming a ghost, a legend, a myth. The forest faded around her, the trees dissolving into mist. She felt herself becoming lighter, becoming nothing. And then she was gone. Chapter 30. The Legacy. Present-day Moscow. The archives of the FSB were vast and labyrinthine, a maze of files and documents stretching back for centuries. The young archivist had been working for months, cataloguing the collection, when she found it. It was a small leather folder, stamped with the double-headed eagle of the Romanovs. The spine was cracked, the leather worn, but the file inside was intact. She opened it, and her eyes widened. The file was full of documents, letters, reports, maps, sketches. They were written in a language she did not recognize, a language that was older than Russian, older than the Christian faith. But there was one document she could read, a letter written in elegant, flowing script. To the future guardians of Russia, I have done what I have done for the sake of my country. I have given everything, my youth, my innocence, my soul, to protect the empire from the forces of darkness. I have destroyed the Black Dragon. I have saved the Tsar. I have preserved the future of Russia. But I cannot rest. The forces of darkness will always be gathering, always plotting. The fight will never be over. I leave you this book, the Black Book, the collection of spells and incantations that will help you protect Russia. Use it wisely. Use it only when necessary. And remember always what you are fighting for. For the sake of Russia, never give up. Varvara Bagration. The archivist stared at the letter, her mind reeling. She had heard the legends, the stories of the woman who had saved Russia. But she had never believed them. Now she held the proof in her hands. She looked at the other documents in the file, the maps, the sketches, the reports. They were the legacy of a woman who had given everything for her country. The archivist closed the file and set it aside. She would share this discovery with her superiors. She would make sure that Varvara Bagration's legacy was never forgotten. For the sake of Russia, she would make sure. In a small office in the Kremlin, a portrait hung on the wall. It showed a young woman in a blue silk gown, her hand resting on a marble balustrade, her eyes gazing into the middle distance with an expression of serene contemplation. She was beautiful, the portrait said. She was powerful. She was eternal. The director of the SVR looked at the portrait, his eyes filled with respect. "You have done so much for Russia," he whispered. "We will never forget you." He turned and walked out of the office, leaving the portrait alone in the quiet room. The woman in the portrait smiled, a small, knowing smile. Her legacy lived on. The end. Author's Address by Anna Gogoleva. To the reader, I stand before you not as a historian, not as a scholar, but as a storyteller. One who has spent years walking the shadowed corridors of Russian history, collecting the whispers of the past and weaving them into a tapestry of truth and imagination. This book, Blood and Conspiracy, is the fruit of that labor. The story of Varvara Bagration was not plucked from the pages of a textbook. She was born in the space between history and myth, in the silence where the voices of forgotten women cry out to be heard. In the annals of 1812, we remember the men, the generals, the emperors, the heroes of Borodino. But what of the women who stood in the shadows, who held the nation together with their blood and their tears? What of the mothers who lost their sons, the daughters who lost their fathers, the wives who lost their husbands? Varvara is their voice. She is the embodiment of every Russian woman who has ever loved her country enough to sacrifice everything for it. She is the daughter of Bagration, the heir of the ancient Volkhvi, the shield of Russia. But she is also you, and she is me. She is the fire that burns in every Russian heart when the motherland is threatened. When I began this work, I did not set out to write a historical novel. I set out to write a love letter to Russia, to her beauty, her strength, her indomitable spirit. The Congress of Vienna, the Black Dragon, the magic of the old gods, these are the vessels through which I poured my devotion. But the heart of the story is something simpler, something truer. The belief that one person can change the world, that courage can overcome darkness, that love can survive even the most terrible trials. The novel you hold in your hands was not written to rewrite history, but to remind us of what history sometimes forgets. That the fate of nations is not decided solely by kings and generals, but by ordinary people who choose to do extraordinary things. Varvara was not born a hero. She became one because she refused to stand by while her country burned. I have taken liberties with history, as all storytellers must. Metternich, Castlereagh, Bagration, the Tsar, they were real men, real figures in a real time. But the magic, the conspiracies, the nausea and the rituals, these are the gifts of fiction, the bridges between what was and what could have been. I do not claim that Varvara existed as I have written her, but I do claim that the spirit of her story is true. Russia has always been protected by forces beyond our understanding, by faith, by courage, by the unyielding will of her people. I wrote this book for those who believe that the past is not dead, but alive in our blood. I wrote it for those who feel the pull of history in their bones, who hear the whispers of their ancestors in the wind. I wrote it for the young Russians of today, who carry the weight of 1,000 years on their shoulders, and who will shape the Russia of tomorrow. If Varvara's story teaches us anything, it is this: we are never alone. The spirits of our ancestors walk beside us. The strength of our people is our shield. And the love of our homeland is a fire that no darkness can extinguish. May this book find its way into the hearts of those who need it most. May it remind us of who we are, where we come from, and what we must protect. May it inspire us to be brave, to be true, to be Russian. Thank you for reading. Thank you for caring. Thank you for keeping the fire alive. With deepest gratitude and boundless love for Russia, Anna Gogoleva. Copyright 2026, Anna Gogoleva. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means. Electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the author, except for brief quotations in critical reviews and articles. We do not choose the times we live in, but we choose how we live in them, and that choice is everything. From the Diary of Varvara. Author's copyright. Copyright 2026. All rights reserved.